привез вам показать карету короля дальних земель.
Пробег от дворца до дворца. Не бита, не крашена.
На нее даже ни разу не нападали.
А это мы сейчас и узнаем. В бесплатном отчете свяжись с продавцом.
Получите бесплатный отчет о машине, связавшись с продавцом. Автору. История авто бесплатно.
Читайте в июльском номере журнала «Пятое колесо». Почему на первом современном российском кроссовере нет полного привода? Как российские производители разгадали секрет финских шинников? Какой паркетник китайцы разработали специально для России и зачем? Журнал «Пятое колесо». Свежий номер уже в продаже. 16+.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
GP – это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Мы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка. Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное – это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
А ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как? Это возможно.
Я не готов на камеру такого говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит.
Это автоспорт, детка.
За что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск.
Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier. Еще поговорим, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Hello everyone and welcome to ADM Raceway. The Ramenskoye district of Moscow Oblast is hosting the fourth, the equatorial in many ways, event of RDS GP 2025. Now the weather is sunny, it's pretty warm, but we know that everything may change any minute. And as far as this scored section of the track is concerned, the one that you see now on the screen, this is the 7th time Russian Drift Series is coming here. We're here for the 7th time, and this is the judge's assignment now on your screens. There are 12 control points, a great abundance of slashes, so now we're gonna read it out for you. This is 165 meters of running from start to the Furidashi first. It is pretty compact here. On the left-hand side, there is a little curb with 3 cones. There are 10 meters for the drivers to get from straight move to the drift. And then there are 3 sectors that have lots of touch and goes all around. There's only one inner one, which is touch and go third. And since this is the only one, this is the most expensive one by score. It costs 4 points. It is framed by 3-point touch and go 4, and the 4/1/2/3. And before the touch and go number 3, there are touch and go 2/2 and 2/1. So the entrance into touch and go 3 is the key point of this judge's assignment, at least as far as the line is concerned. As far as the other criteria, there are 2 deceleration zones. One is expectedly at the initiation moment, and one that precedes touch and go 6. This is where the drivers are allowed to reduce their speed, and it still has to be linear for the chaser's comfort. And in the other places, sometimes the speed may fall because the speed will be exchanged for angle, but it has to be smooth. And speaking about the style, here is another thing to keep in mind. The points are distributed by Vladimir Safonov pretty equally. The 3rd sector is the longest one with greatest number of control points. There are 13 points for the style that you get, but I wouldn't say that the 3rd sector is the simplest one here, because there is the double transition on the straight line, and there is quite a complicated curve in the deceleration zone that you have to work through in the correct way. And speaking about angles, 15 points in the 1st sector and by 10 in the 2 others, because the initiation plus transition are 2 elements, while in the 3rd sector there are also 2 transitions and very close to each other, but the judges decided that sector 2 and sector 3 should be less valuable since they are shorter. There is another thing about sector 3. It is compact, and there are 2 transitions in the deceleration zone. You've got to open at the right moment. The speeds there are normally lower, so it enables the chaser to run on an alternative line for the chaser. So even if the leader does something crazy, the chaser can analyze the action of the opponent and get closer. So there are some chances enclosed in there, which means that the mistakes of the leader wouldn't be so harmful for the tandem drifting. And this is why we're here, to see tandem drifting. The tandem runs will begin in top 32 today in the afternoon, but first we need to see who would be the lucky ones. And this is the personal standings. Here you see that Anton Kozlov and Artem Shabanov are very far from each other. The vice champion of the RDS Grand Prix 2023 and the champion of 2024, Arkady Tsaregradzev, follows, and now he wants to break the spell of ADM Raceway because he has never won here, and Artem Shabanov had his first victory here at ADM, which is interesting. Roman Tivadar is 100 points away from Arkady Tsaregradzev already, because his previous event was very unlucky for him. He had a technical failure. Then there are Damir Idiaturin, Timofey Dobrovolsky, Evgeny Losov, Andrei Astapov, and now on the first page there was no space for Georgy Chevchant. He's only 9th in the personal standings after the 3 previous events, and I believe that this is the worst start of a season in the career of our 4-time champion. I cannot prove it with any statistics, but this is what my mind tells me. Maxim Grossman is the next, and Danila Skorobogatov, Ilya Popov, Alexei Kozlov, Sergei Kuznetsov, Kirill Matskevich, and Danila Vorobyov round up the top 16. As far as Georgy Chevchan is concerned, we're waiting for his 20th victory. We can't wait. The previous one was in 2023. Dmitry Ermokin is on the 17th line, who sensationally failed the qualifying at the previous event. Petr Borodin is next with the same score. Sergei Sak, Denis Migala in the 19th and the 20th. Artyom Lidis, Anton Klemko, Leonid Schneider and Denis Sarakaput take the places from 20 to 24. I guess many of us may be puzzled by the position of Leonid Schneider, and I guess he himself is very discontent. Dmitry Sherbina is the 25th. Followed by Ivan Palmin, Grigory Gusev, who is only 27th, then Ilya Polishchuk is the 28th, Grigory Burlutsky, Vladislav Popov, Vladislav Yerofeev, and Alexander Abramov. I remind you that Grigory Burlutsky used to be the champion of Russia. So top 32 is rounded up by Alexander Abramov. So here you can see everything. If the score is two-digit, it means that the driver has qualified at least once. If there is only 1 point, this means that these drivers haven't tasted the victories yet. Nikita Shikov, Anatoly Kizin, Evgeny Spirin, Ilya Fedorov, Alexei Vakhtin, Artur Zelenyy, Anton Dmitrienko, and Ruslan Arefyev is the 40th, but he is here by wild card. And Boris Abramov has unfortunately not joined us yet. He had a very big technical trouble with his LS type engine. And since then, he's been trying to bring the engine back to life, but the logistic is in his way. So Start Per Stars Mall has been spending the season with only 2 drivers on board flankers, Artur Zelenyy and Sergei Kuznetsov, defending the colors of the team. And Artur Zelenyy had a very serious trouble with his VR engine. First, the screamer pipe set the car on fire, then the engine failed, and it ended up with a big fireworks that ended the performance of flanker on this event. I remind you that in the previous event in Nizhny Novgorod, the flanker also had a problem, but it was different. That was a very silly story, pretty dangerous, but now since no one suffered, we can speak of it as a funny one. That was a contact between Leonid Schneider and Artur Zelenyy at the entrance to the service park, and unfortunately Artur Zelenyy was forced to take his backup car. And now let's move to the team standings. Here, Time Up is the leader with quite a big advantage, 121 points away. There is Carville Racing. Through the effort of Anton Kozlov, they climbed that far. The third is Takaba Forward Auto. Fresh Racing is the fourth, the defending champions. Then Likar Одержимый Motorsport are having a very bad season, but they have approached the leaders. Then Lukoil Racing Drift Team, Avtoban is the 7th, and Predator Drift Team are the 8th. The next ones are Start Per Stars Mall, that have been going through lots of difficulties, and VS Team, who are the 10th. I remind you, my dear friends, that this is the second season that we use this scoring system that is merciless to those who cannot qualify. And there is still a chance to get a 2-digit score even without getting to top 16, but you've got to be somewhere in the top part of the qualifying rating, because the qualifying is also valuable, but not as much as tandem run victories. And this is a new process in the qualifying. This is the warm-up run before the first run. Starting from this event, we decided not to do the warm-ups, the practice runs, and now the drivers can do one warm-up run immediately before their competitive run. And Alexei Kozlov, who is basically having the first practice run this week from Predator Drift Team, is now on your screens. He will open the qualifying round. He has had lots of problems. First on Thursday when one engine failed, then he found out that in the backup car, in the backup engines, the boggles that keep the drive shaft have also burst, and then some anomaly began. No one could find the oil pressure in the engine, and you know that without the oil pressure, the engine cannot really run properly, and we want it to run well, and the team of Alexei Kozlov also wants that it does. Yesterday they spent the whole day looking for that pressure, and even in our RDS news, so during the RDS news, our guys have been working on that, and at about 7:30 in the evening the car was still there, and the search went on, the works on the engine went on, but then finally, no, Wait, I get the news that Alexei Kozlov is rescheduling to the health group, unfortunately. And you, my dear friends, if you are now at home watching me online, you can take a look at rds-shop.ru website to buy our magazine. And those who are here, you're welcome to the RDS Shop and Service Park. The new issue is fresh. It still smells the paint. Well, I love it. And by the way, it's a great artifact for autograph collection, because there you can see the drivers from RDS GP and RDS Open, and we've got two representatives of RDS Open, the Open Championship of Russian Drift Series. Here, this is Ruslan Arefyev, I have already mentioned. You can even see him in our personal standings. And Anatoly Sherbak, who is back to us. This is so great to have him back here. Anatoly Sherbak is not only on himself, he is with Fresh Racing. Let's see if he can make a contribution to the success of this team and reinforce their rating position. I remind you that from this season, the teams have expanded to 4 drivers, and the maximum number of drivers is unlimited. So you can basically take new wildcard guys from the junior series every event to fill up the top 32 bracket, even if this driver doesn't get to the top, even if he doesn't get any score for the team, he can at least stand in the way of some of the rivals and leave someone without the score. Or they may qualify better and occupy someone's place in the top 32 bracket and leave someone outside. This is a sort of a strategy that you can use, but the problem is that you can use the wildcard only if you have paid your entries in all the RDS Open events. This is an obligatory condition. So maybe you cannot find wildcarders for every event, but you can take part in RDS GP 3 times with wildcard. So there are ways. There are ways to expand your team if you don't have 4 drivers already. For example, there are some teams who can afford that because they haven't got the maximum number of drivers yet. But these are strategies. These are strategies that may bear special significance by the end of the season. And in the team standings, the situation is much more interesting than in the personal standings. The opponents of Artem Shabanov and Anton Kozlov are having their last chance to catch up with them in the rating. And now Denis Migal from Fresh Racing is going on his first qualifying run on board his Toyota Supra A80. And this is the initiation, which I thought was slightly too slow, but we will see the results. You can see that he's been working very actively, and definitely Vladimir Safonov will say his work about this. Now he goes full throttle. There is no deceleration zone, but there is a line to control when the driver steps on the right pedal. And now through the sweeper, he's running into the last deceleration zone before touching go 6, and Denis crosses the finishing line. This is a productive run, but how much productive is it? We wish to find out. We're waiting for the word of the judges, because to me it looked like there were some inaccuracies out there, unfortunately. But it is worthwhile noticing that Denis from Fresh Racing is a driver who changes platforms more often than others. First of all, he had his Alteza/Lexus IS, and he had 2 different car bodies. In the second one is the car of the manager of Fresh Racing in RDS Open. Then he had a short story with a V8 Lexus, which is basically the same body that there was Supra A90 last year. And now finally this is a Supra A80. And now finally Fresh Racing have got 3 same cars in their team. Changing platforms that often is good from the training point of view on one hand, but on the other it looks like he cannot really make good friends with anyone if he changes so often, so frequently. But I hope that Denis keeps up with this A80. He also has some very experienced teammates, and this is also the team where Tatsuya Hibina was, and he knew very well how how to set up the A80 for drifting, so the team can be now using the experience. Even though the team had a different name, it had the word fresh anyway. And Tatsuya Hibino has been fighting for the title back then, but well, it just didn't work out, and it took some more time for the fresh guys to get their champion. It happened in 2021 when they had a double, and now based on all this knowledge, it is easier for Denis to find his place on board the Supra A80. We don't see the qualifying score this yet, but we see the Dodge Viper that belongs to Alexander Abramov. This is the car he drove in RDS Europe. This has a JZ engine. The V10 had some problems, and particularly its oil engine, the dry crankcase. And it was decided not to play too much with it since it works, and the car was just replaced. And the engine was replaced, the transmission was replaced. So this is a kind of an old car, but the units inside are new. Some rebuild was made on this JZ Viper. And as far as the Supra is concerned, the championship Supra that Jack Shanahan drove when he became the champion, it is now the car of Damir Idiatulin. The car was reborn, basically, and it was also planned that Evgeny Losev would drive it. But then, after a while, Evgeny Losev and Damir decided to swap their cars, and Evgeny Losev is now driving a car that was initially built for Damir, and Damir is driving the champion Supra. It looks like we've got some technical difficulty with the rating. Now the electrons will start running in the right direction, and we were asked to announce the results verbally, and the result is great, so it is a great pleasure. First of all, he's got 30 out of 30 for the line, which is the maximum. Then for the style, he's got 28 out of 35, and finally 27 points for the angle. Once again, the maximum is 35, which makes a total of 85 points. The statistics shows that this is usually a good result, which can get you a ticket to top 32. So congratulations to Denis. This has been a great run, and we hope that he finds his way to the 90+ club. Alexander Abramov is now listening to some music. I guess this is why he's rocking his head like this. Alexander is a person who is very cheerful all the time, very optimistic. Yesterday he said that the only spare part he had got was an optimistic mood. But I guess this is something that you really need, and the founder of Predator Drift team and the pilot of this Viper is running on the straight line to do the initiation. Here it is, and now along the white line he is sliding, even though I thought he would cross it for a moment. And now in the first sweeper he's doing the first transition, which has to be sharp according to the assignment, but it was not really. Then he misses touch and go number 3, but now already he's in the third sweeper, the last one, the pre-finish sweeper. He reaches touch and go 5 and goes full throttle before touch and go 6 to draw the smoky curve to the finish. On one hand, this is very bad that we lost the V10 and we've got another JZ instead. Now we've got 39 out of 41. But on the other hand, I would possibly say that with the JZ, this car looks more balanced, because if you didn't know, and I think you don't, the V10 doesn't even open the throttle by 100%. And this is not very good for the Linglong Fresh Hero tires. And the JZ looks like a very suitable engine for this configuration. It's very convenient, so I believe this is not a coincidence why all of our drivers prefer the JZs. Even Arkady Seregradzev, the great VR fan who used to say that there is nothing better in the world, once confessed to me, and he confessed it in his public talk at RDS Fest, that in this reality the JZ is slightly better. It is better for the tire, it pushes the car better, and generally speaking it's more comfortable all in all. But Alexander said that V10 is not enough for him, that he needs some more soundtrack about it. And is it not only about the throttle, it's like breathing through one nostril. This is approximately what the V10 feels like. The kingdom is too small for the sprints to have fun, And Alexander is also promising to make a drifting facility in St. Petersburg, something like a drift Disneyland. And maybe there he can make a configuration which would be perfect for the V10 engine, but who knows. But this is not even about the track configuration, it's more about the wheel and the tire. Because the power can be like 2000 HP and a V10 and the VR can do it here. But, you know, it is not about the power, because it's also about the throttle opening, it's also about the pressure, and there are lots of factors. And now on the V10 the throttle opens by 60-70%. There is no direct connection between the pedal and the throttle. This is all electronic, just like this screen. It is also all electronic. You can see that the correction was there in the first sector. Our style judge says it's all. A small penalization for the style, and for this Stanislav Dolgich is responsible for the line. Andrei Pauli is our assistant judge who watches the line using the cameras. 83.5 is the score of Alexander Abramov by the three criteria. And statistically, once again, this is a good score. It is a very productive one. Piotr Borodin from Takayama Forward Auto, the driver who finally has got the long-awaited anti-lag that he's been longing for here in Russian Drift Series, because as a rally driver he is used to having something exploding in there. He wanted this anti-lag very badly. So the Forward A Racing S15 and the number is 777. Piotr Borodin is five-time champion of Kazakhstan in rally, and he makes a horrible correction in the first sweeper, and now the car is pushing away very powerfully, makes a transition, takes the inner touch and go, and now he's running here towards this long stance for the spectators. The double transition, the deceleration zone. Whoa, you should have reduced the speed earlier. That was too much, which makes Piotr Borodin done some walls several meters before the finish. That is very sad. Do you know how much were there? 5 meters. It happened 5 meters away from the finishing line, and he couldn't get any result. Let me take a little look into the statistics. The most productive driver of those who failed to qualify is Anatoly Kizin from VS Team. He hasn't qualified, but his result was 76.5 points. So he was very close to 80, but still it wasn't. So based on this data, even though that, you know, everything might happen, 80 and 80 plus is something that can give you hope. It depends on the other drivers as well, because usually the greatest pressure is in the bottom of the qualifying rating, and now the competition is more severe because there are 9 drivers who wouldn't qualify, judging by the number of entries. So they will only take part in the morning program, and then someone will go to the spectator stands, someone will go to their garages. Vladislav Yerofeev is now doing his warm-up. We are running pretty fast because Piotr Borodin had a 0. And let's get back to Piotr's run. The judges asked not to abuse the handbrake stabilization, but this is the situation when you could abuse it but save the entire run. Just the car overspinned and Piotr couldn't do anything about it. Sometimes the drivers still complain of the wheels. Some tires are not very good. Sometimes they have less grip than the drivers are used to. Now Vladislav Yerofeev, the first driver of Likar одержимый Motorsport, he's now the start. Arkady Tsaregradzov once said that he had too much of grip. Sometimes the car would stick. Vladislav Yerofeev is finally an official member of Likar одержимый Motorsport team, and he initiates. Now he's got to speed it a little more. Probably the speed was insufficient. 140 would be the best here. The insufficient speed is not penalized, but it can reduce your final score. Now Vladislav has run through the inner clip, touching all 3. He is now running into the 4s, collecting all the 3 along the outside edge of the track. And now he opens the throttle by the end, and it looks like he didn't even use the handbrake much. At least I didn't see the wheels block. But there is one little detail. And the detail is the handbrake before touch and go 5, which was strictly forbidden by the judges, because touch and go 5 is right underneath the judges' tower. So you cannot but see that handbrake, and this slowdowns can be very bad for the overall score, because it has to be medium, the angle has to be medium, but it is slightly over 40 degrees in the first meters of the distance, and the speed was a little too low. And I remind you that the minimum that the judges said would be 135, 140, but it looked like he had some shifting problems. But as I look at the Z, it looks okay, but for some reason he still couldn't really get enough speed. After 158, there was no good run. We saw it yesterday, but we still cannot say that there is any standard speed, but there were still lots of drivers who would go very well at a speed of 150, I mean the initiation speed. So we've got to understand that a standard is a standard, a reference is a reference, but if you want to be equal to the faster guys, you need to run faster than 140 kilometers per hour. And this is also important for the tandem runs. If your speed is lower, you wouldn't be able to do anything if your leader is faster. And traditionally, the fastest are Roman Tivadar and some other masters from this super speed league. Probably Vladislav Yerofeev just decided to keep it safe in his first run, and maybe this was the reason why he may have the consequences. And the fastest one this far is Denis Smigal, but his initiation angle was 61 degrees. So we see minus 4.5 for the angle. The first sector is the heaviest, and minus 3 for the style in the third sector. That is the handbrake before touch and go number 5, which was quite explicitly explained to us yesterday. But still, this is 84 points, and this is the second place this far, and it is quite obvious where he can add some more. So I'm sure that Vladislav will analyze his run. The only driver who hasn't got any serious technical problems in Predator drifting, Ilya Polishchuk. He broke his car a little bit himself, but the outcome was very easy, only 15-minute maintenance. The driver from St. Petersburg is now in the run-in on board his E92 initiation, and here we go to the first sector, the first sweeper, the one that is laden with clips. There is a transition. There used to be 3 touch and goes, now there's 2, another transition. Ilya Polishchuk is collecting the touch and goes, and now he screws into the last sweeper. This is one transition, the second transition, and oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Why did he do this? With such experience, why? This is an unchaseable run, no doubt. It is basically a 0, because he almost spins around in the finishing zone, but the problem started long before. It started from touch and go 5, this giant angle, which was absolutely unnecessary, and it totally ruined everything. And also you can see that there is a wheel outside. You see those little brackets drawn there to direct the cars into the right vector, but he didn't get there. He had some problems with the lines all through the practice sessions. He couldn't keep his energy within the limits, but as far as the TG5 is concerned, the judges recommended to keep the angle low, and he had over 70. Not a backward, but quite a lot. Why it matters so much? There is the double transition, and we have seen some faster runs as well, but this is not about it. In touch and go 5, if the angle is too big, it looks for the chaser as a wall in his way. And of course, it doesn't make him feel optimistic, if you understand me right. So here, he just had to rock his body, get touch and go 5, and fly to the deceleration zone. But instead, he made a very broad line, and this is not the right way to do it. This was like a pendulum that was impossible to catch. And I noticed that the drivers usually touch the first two sweepers in the warm-up run, but they don't do anything in the third, and maybe this is a mistake. We've got 2 zeros in the first group, and now Denis Migal is the leader of the qualifying, by the way. A driver from Moscow, Toyota Supra A80, Fresh Racing. And this is the driver who is also the founder of this racing team. We are used to calling this team a new one, but they've got lots of titles. They're defending champions, and they've got lots of other achievements, and I believe that this is just a start for them. Not the best initiation ever. You can tell that he has lost a lot of speed, and now he had to work his left foot in the first sweeper. A transition to touch and go 3, and then he moves into this long sweeper into the third sector. This is the way you do the double transition, but without corrections. And now touch and go 6. He opens up very carefully, not to the max, but nevertheless, in this part, it looked like something that the judges wanted to see. Of course, if you don't count the correction, Mikhail Davidians emphasized that it's very bad for the score to operate the angle before the transition. It doesn't look well. It is very inconvenient for the chaser, and this is why Mikhail is so merciless about such moves. Speaking about penalizations, Mikhail is usually merciless. And by the way, speaking about the warm-up runs, they're done before every attempt. There is one important detail which explains a lot. If your wheel gets debunked, or if anything breaks, if anything happens, you get a 0 in your first run, because after the warm-up, you've got to go immediately to the start. You're not allowed to do any maintenance works on your car. There's also a theory that something has changed in the grip compared to the yesterday, because yesterday no one could have a proper practice because our schedule is very intensive. Many drivers were just not prepared for such a situation. But we are still waiting for the results of Denis, and it will be there. And we are kind of, we have missed some productive runs. Out of 6 participants, there are only 3 who made any productive runs. Alexei Kozlov went directly to the health group. He will have only 1 attempt, and he will do it at the end of the qualifying. Petr Borodin and Ilya Polishchuk in the last curve were trying to get as close to the finish as possible, and Ilya Polishchuk won it. He only zeroed it down after the finish. It was an uncontrolled finish. We do have such a term. And on one hand, he was running sideways. Why doesn't it count? But if a car is in such a position in tandem runs, it would be very, very inconvenient for the chaser, because they are supposed to gain speed at that moment. A lot of penalization for the angle in the first sector, -5, -2 in the second sector, and there are penalizations for the style, -8 all in all, but the line is quite okay. He missed touch and go 1, which is a very, very seldom kind of mistake, because the car runs there automatically. It is 82, so there is no improvement, unfortunately, even though I thought that Denis could make it. But, well, okay, I'm sure he thought the same way. Now we see Alexander Abramov, his second attempt. He had 83.5 in the first run. He is now 3rd in the rating, and he's got all the chances to correct his current position. He's got to reinforce his rating and get closer to the 90 points, but I'm sure that Alexander can get a 90 plus. I can say the same about all of our drivers. 165 meters of running. You can see that the rear of the Viper has been very, very dynamic. Yes, the track is very curvy there, and this is not a mistake of the ones who drew the lines. This is a part of the judge's assignment. Alexander has been trying to find the right speed, touch and go 4, the 3-phased one, and unfortunately he cannot get to the next touch and go. But at least in this sweeper he even has a extra space. Touch and go 5 is not the most expensive control point here, but still Every point matters here. It is quite well, I would say. I notice how much work Alexander Abramov has to do, especially in the third sweeper, which takes you directly to the touch and go. He had to catch his car, he had to force it to move stably. And I guess he just started the transition slightly too early. And that was probably the reason why he failed to get there. He was also playing with the throttle near the entrance to touch and go 4, and I guess this was the reason why he didn't have that much speed. Alexander was trying to do everything the way he got used to doing, and the inertia wasn't enough for the car to reach touch and go 5. So ideologically, well, let me say it so, the movement was correct, but the speed was not enough to bring it all to the right range. There are some problems. I'm now watching the replays and I see that after touch and go 3, he directed the car in a wrong direction. He had to save himself. He had to keep the car down, because if you get to touch and go 3 in a wrong way, you've got to enter it in a circular manner, let's say so. And if you go directly, you are getting out. Also, you see that the borders of the track expand there in the third sweeper. It's even wider than it was last year. But there are some bottlenecks. After touch and go 3, if you go straight there, you are very likely to have at least one wheel out. So you've got to look for compromises. And so there is -4 somewhere, -7 for the line. And a whole bunch of penalties, unfortunately, for Alexander. And this is 79, is it? And yes, this is 79, so there is no improvement. I checked the third sweeper speeds that we see now. It is 85, which is quite decent. Alexander Abramov had 80. And this speed play caused this failure in the third sector. Petr Borodin, who had a 0 in the first run, is doing his second one. This far, he hasn't been very lucky in the qualifying rounds. Let's see if he can handle his nerves, himself, and his forward racing S15. Petr is one of the drivers who hasn't qualified in his first event this season. Oh God, he's missing 2 clips in the first sweeper, then he makes a transition, collecting the 2 touch and goes number 2. Everything is good. Touch and go number 3. And now he's got to correct it. And he even lets the throttle go, touch and go 4. Then a transition touch and go 5. And now he's got to slow down very carefully, not the way he did it last time, and take it to the finish. Oh God, this is so anxious. It looks very strange. The car behaves strangely in the last curve. It is not according to the assignment. You are turning your car into a big angle and you continue running at the same angle and it reduces. But the car of Piotr was continuously spinning, and this is what looks slightly puzzling to me. Why does it happen this way? Especially if we remember that before touching go 6 you can use a handbrake to stabilize it. It doesn't contradict the judge's assignment. And even if there was a problem, there are mistakes that are critical, there are mistakes that are not. So if you cannot make a perfect run, why don't you go for a compromise? Go for the compromise, but at least get some score. Now Piotr is hanging on a very breakable thread, and if it ended up with a 0, it would have been a fiasco. I would probably combine these 2 runs if I could, but I know that it's impossible in our game. Then it would have been a perfect qualifying run, but this way it doesn't look very well. But this is productive, at least. So there were 5 meters that he needed to go to get any score for the first run, and it was something like an 80 plus, obviously. And it makes it even worse because, well, there are some clips missed in the first sweeper where your only task, your only mission is just to speed up and start drifting to the first transition. Yes, the first transition is not always easy to do. It has to be sharp according to the assignment. And this far, it looks to me like I haven't seen any proper sharp transitions yet, but well, that's okay. I'm sure that there are some guys who can show us the way it's done. As far as the speed is concerned, it's okay, almost 147, but it's -4 for the line in the first sector immediately for the 2 control points. But style-wise and angle-wise, the penalties are not that big, only 4 points for each, and this is 88. Yes, this is great. Even though I was sure he could make it 90 plus. But now he's a new leader of the qualifying, so I think we can say congratulations. And now this is Vladislav Yerafeev, who will try to reinforce his position because he's got 84 points. He is now 3rd out of 6 drivers this far. All right, so let's go. This is Vladislav Yerafeev and his 370Z wearing the colors of Likara Держимора Sport. He speeds up, he initiates, and then he opens up. The car pushes inwards, but he collects the 3 clips. He makes a transition and collects both touch and goes number 2. And wow, careful, this is -4 for the line that he just lost. And in the meanwhile, he's already in touch and go number 4. There is the 3-phase clipping zone consisting of 3 touch and goes. And the last sector, which looks pretty well, pretty harmonic. And the speed is also quite good. So let's see the replay. The impression is quite positive. Yes, we know that there were some inaccuracies, but obviously speaking, you can tell that he has learned his lessons from the first run, where he was very, very careful. Yes, he missed touch and go 3, which is sad, but maybe not critical. It would cost him 4 points for the line, but speaking about the rest, it's nice to see this synergy between the driver and his car as it appears, as it develops. And you can tell that having the same cars in the team is very good, even though Vladislav Yerafeev has got a different suspension from the one Arkady Tseregradzev has. But Arkady Tseregradzev has to differ with something. He used to have a different engine, but now he's got a different rear suspension. All right, so now we have exchanged our opinions with Arkady. You can tell that the suspensions work very differently because there are no parasite movements on the Weiss fob, and the wheels move also slightly better depending on the spring position, depending on the suspension pressure. Yeah, so it's only 4 points for the touch and go number 3. Angle-wise and style-wise, there are some penalties in the first 2 sectors. In the 3rd sector, there were no mistakes. It looked perfect. Even the broadcast, which sometimes confuses us because some mistakes cannot be seen, didn't deceive us. Yeah, so this is 85.5. If he didn't miss that inner touch and go, he would have become the leader of the qualifying. Ilya Polishuk has got a 0 and he's got a chance to save himself. He represents St. Petersburg on board his BMW 92, representing Predator Drift team. And I hope that Ilya has learned his lessons from his first run, and we hope to see something good now. I want to believe that this experienced driver from St. Petersburg wouldn't be the driver who doesn't qualify with 2 zeros, but now he has already got a 2-point penalization. He's in the second sweeper. He makes a transition, touch and go 3 that he collects with the right front wheel, which is the only right way to take this inner clip. Then he dances on the line, a huge angle, touch and go 5 once again, stabilizes the car with the handbrake, not to repeat the previous run's mistake, and he finishes in a correct way, I guess. But how correct it was and how much score he has got, we will find it out very soon. I think that it may be good. He may get to top 32, but he also missed another touch and go. At least this is the way it looked like. It looked like he was somewhere on the edge. The car behaves in a very peculiar way. Notice this gap between the wheel and the arc. You can see it very well on the broadcast. There is a very big suspension stroke. It looks very soft, and maybe this is the comfortable way for Ilya to operate the car, but at the same time this car likes big angles, which is not always good. And also in tandem runs it can be a problem sometimes. We recall Nizhny Novgorod and his run with Arkady Tseregradzev in top 32 when Ilya was doing some crazy chase and then he zeroed everything with one transition before the last turn. He decided to make a yay and make a big move, and the car simply went across the track. I guess he will be penalized for this speed because it's 139. 140 is not fast enough. This is why it's a reference, but Ilya didn't reach that level. And in the first curve, you probably didn't see it very well, but you can see it very well from the judges' tower, just let me tell you. Yesterday I spent there almost half a day. It was nice and breezy. You didn't even feel how hot it was, but you can get sunburned. So before it begins to rain, please don't forget about your sunscreens and protect your skin from sunburns. And in fact, the car is running right directly to the judges' tower. You can see everything very well, and Mikhail Davidians can see it all, and you know how scrupulous that guy is. And this is 3 points penalty in the first sector, -6 for the style, -8 for the style, 3-3-2 is for the angle, 3-2-1 for the style, and line-wise everything is great, but that unlucky wheel ruined it all where he crossed the line. But this is much better than a 0. This is 84, and this does look like a top 32 run. It looks like he qualifies and he may find his way to top 32, but it's too early to jump to conclusions because we've got 35 more drivers to see. Timofey Dobrovolsky begins the performance of the second group. This is the last classic forward S15s because the other ones have been greatly modified. He represents Takayama Forward Auto and the city of Moscow, and he's almost the most productive driver of the team. Roman Tivadar has won a qualifying run, and yesterday he was the fastest ones in the practice session, so we would be very interested to see his runs. And now, transition number 1, touch and go number 1. And Timofey Dobrovolsky collects both segments. He is now on the second curve, collect touch and go 3 on the way, 3-4s, and he takes all of them, yeah. And now he makes a transition through touch and go 6. He's running towards the finish, and even as I say, it feels like he's faster than the previous ones. Maybe I can be mistaken, but this is the impression that I had all through yesterday. Oh wow, look at this. There is some smoke coming from the left wheel. It looks like his left foot still presses the brake. Carefully, but still it does. It is worthwhile noticing that, first of all, it may look like Timofey Dobrovolsky was running faster than the others. Also because this is the specificity of the classic specification of his forward racing suspension. Even if it is not super fast, it does look super fast always. But I'm looking at the diagrams and I can see that there are some roughnesses in this curve, and there were some corrections. Anyway, even though they're very hard to see on the screen, but if it's hard to see on the screen, it means that you can see them very well live from the judges' tower. And if we see some correction well on the screen, it means that it's gigantic, it is giant. And I really love the way that he runs through the third sector. This is something that cannot be taken away from him. The speed is okay, but in every curve there was some correction registered by the rig dynamic system. And also there was some speed reduction at the entrance into the third sweeper. It is not standard, and this is not a critical thing, but the judges pay attention to this as well. Yesterday, Vladimir Safonov said that the speed near touch and go 3, the inner touch and go, has to be around 95 kilometers per hour. Timofey had even a little more, but then he lost some when he was trying to find the right speed for the entrance into the third curve. We can see that the spectator stands are gradually filling up. Those who come earlier can choose the best seats. They can sit here, sit there, and then decide which one they like better. And now, finally, the draw has been merciful for the spectators. You know that the majority of the spectators come towards the end of the qualifying, and the best drivers, I mean the leaders of the qualifying, are now at the end, which is a good psychological advantage, I would tell you. This is a little shakedown, the pre-qualifying shakedown, and now the drivers who were lucky with the qualifying can be coming slowly, yawning, but now you still need to keep up with the timing. You shouldn't come too late. Now -2, -2, -1 for the angles. For the style, there is a -1 in the sector 1 and sector 2. We've got a new qualifying leader with 93 points, Timofey Dobrovolsky. And the first driver in the 90-plus club. Congratulations for Timofey. And by the way, there is an obvious gap. There is an obvious area for improvement. Grigory Burlutsky is missing his first run. Oh, come on, he was somewhere near here. And something happened during his warm-up run. This is Denis Sarakaput. Denis Sarakaput is collecting worms like they do in Formula 1, just in case. Because we need enough worms. He's got 1,250 kilos, which is the minimum. And if you don't comply with this minimum, this is your fault. But here's a good question. What if a bumper falls off? It has to be brought together with the car on the scale, so your car cannot be weighed without the bumper. But what is the weight of a bumper? A couple of kilos maybe, or more than once cannot weigh anymore, maybe like 3 kilos maximum. Even though, you know, there's also some error of the scales, but our scales are very precise, and I don't think that it can be any critical. So it can be 1,249.9 or something, and I think this wouldn't cause a penalty, because you can take a glass of gasoline, put it in, and it would be great. All right, it looks like you are very comfortable out there on the stands. I hope that you guys have got your raincoats, because the weather forecast is merciless. The rain is expected, but, well, we cannot change anything. Hello, everyone, and good morning. Denis Sarakaput is now at the start. He represents VS team. He represents the city of Vladivostok, BMW E92, one of the 2 in VS team. These guys are in the strength. They've got 2 A80s and 2 E92s, the 2 most popular platforms. Denis Sarakaput is now on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. The light goes green, and Grigory Burlutsky is losing 1 run. I hope he doesn't regret it later. His wheel got debunked. Yes, this is what happened. And, well, now we can see that Denis has 1 wheel outside. This is 2 points of penalty, too much angle touch and go 3, and he overplays the angle before touch and go 4, and the 3 segments that he collects, a transition touch and go 5, too much angle that I thought, and almost in a backward he's flying into the last sweeper. This looks very, very spectacular, but I think this is not the best thing for a good score, but, well, it is nice to watch. These backwards cannot bring you any good. But speaking about Denis, sometimes he's got such excessive angles. He likes playing with them, but an E92 is a car that likes this style of driving. Remember Grigory Gusev, who came here on an E92 last year, and he totally amazed us with huge angles and the way that he handled them easily. But now the angles are also in the way of Grigory Gusev. And here Denis also almost failed on this final transition. Here, we have seen some zeros happening there, and we don't want it to happen again. I wonder what the judges say in their number language. On one hand, everything ended up well, but on the other, this is not something we encourage. Let's imagine that there is a chaser. What would a chaser do if the leader goes there? Or should he press the brakes? It doesn't really look obvious, but you can tell from the angle, you can see it from the line. The angle was definitely excessive. And in touch and go 5, it's almost 45 degrees as well. This is on the edge. Mihail Davidian said that 45-46 would be still okay. So we will keep it in mind, but this is too much of just okays. Hello everyone, I can see you prepared umbrellas. You've got to scare the rain away. Take your umbrellas out, show this rain that you're not afraid, and then the rain will be like, okay, if they're not afraid of me, I should probably leave. We've got great hats. Also, I really love when you guys wear such hats, and that one looked like it is coming from the 90th century. I really love it. -3 for the style in Sector 3. Well, come on. And, well, he pressed the throttle very late. Maybe our judges are also kind of impressive guys. They are easily impressed by things. And this is 85. He is the 5th. So, well, he can be safe, I guess. Unlike Grigory Burlutsky, I still cannot cope with this news that his wheel is debunked and he couldn't do his run on time. Now let's scream for Sergei Kuznetsov from Samara on board his flanker F, the last one standing. This is a kind of a species that's about to go extinct. And now we're watching his first run. He is gaining speed, then there is acceleration, and yeah, I don't want to see this. He's missing almost everything out there, but he collects number 2s. And now this is a transition that should go 3, which is perfect. And now the curve number 3, and the 3 clips, 4/1, 4/2, 4/3. And then it downs on touch and go 5 and towards touch and go 6. And now here, he shouldn't have pulled the handbrake after the deceleration zone, but still, getting back to the negative experience of Pyotr Borodin and Ilya Polishchuk, we can now even be ironic about that, but it is better to use a handbrake in the wrong spot than spinning around. That shouldn't happen anywhere. But, well, this is 6 points. 6 points, and there would be some penalty for the handbrake. The third sector is not that valuable. It's only 10 points. You've got 13 and 12 for the first 2. But if you take a look at the length of the sector, it's pretty compact, but at the same time you can get 10 points for the style there. It's compact, but it's leading with various technical elements. You've got to be very careful there. There is a big transition, the double one. There is a deceleration zone. And you have to keep your angle fixed, which is not always easy to do. You've got to open the throttle at the right moment. So this is a very difficult exercise that you need to complete within a short period of time. This is very intensive. But it looks like there was insufficient speed at the initiation, and probably that was the reason why the car pushed inside like this. Or maybe this is just a flanker. It is born this way. It usually pushes due to the weight distribution. The initiation was 65 degrees, which was good, and then he made a correction to 40. And the correction by 11 degrees is already a very serious thing, and here he had 30, almost 30. That is too much. This is just too much, and then he increased the angle before the transition, and this is the harvest they collected. If he did the first sector right, he would have been so happy with 98.5, but he had -12.5 in sector 1 alone, and he's got a total of 24, 30 and 32, which is 86 points. And he is third. Even with all that, he is third in the rating. So that was a great run. But even this handbrake wasn't very bad for Sergei. We should point out that Sergei is usually very good in the qualifyings, but not as good as in tandem runs. But this is his personal specificity. Ivan Palmin from Carville Racing, who, unlike his teammate, came on time, and on board his Supra A80, he begins moving forward. He's been taming the Supra A80, and Ivan is getting used to this car, even though this is an equatorial event of this year. Now this is a transition number 1, the second sweeper, which is done very well. Another transition, quite sound one. Now he's running to touch and go 4/2 towards the next 4, and now there is a transition touch and go 5, the deceleration zone, and here he presses the brake right on the dotted line. Great, interesting. I wonder what score he's got, and I guess that he did pull the handbrake, even though Vladimir Safonov said that the deceleration has to be single-phased. There was a very indicative correction in the last curve, which may mean that the throttle was also not very even. But, well, he is now getting used to the new platform. And there is a little piece of humor from Carville Racing. He's got a BMW shield on the hood. And now from inside you can see how he's doing. Pretty stable. Ivan Palmin is very good in the qualifyings. In RDS Open, he won 4 qualifyings out of 7, and it was always very close to 100, like 98, 99. So Ivan has always been very good at qualifyings, and he would say that he's very comfortable to chase, but he's not a good chaser himself. Sometimes he fails to demonstrate the right aggression, and he's got to do something with it. He's got to do something, and he started with changing the platform for a 90, but he is also having some problems on the way. Some changes have to be introduced all the time, also some half-secret kinds of modifications. But the fact is the fact. We've got 3 A90s in our championship, and they are very seriously different from each other, even visually. So we're waiting for the score. I'm really interested in what would happen with the score, because there are some interesting observations that I would like to correlate with the judges' score and to understand some things for myself. So the score is being prepared, and you can tell that this is going to be a productive run, and it's very good, you can tell. The first sector is perfect in style, but there is 1.5 point penalty in the third, and -2 for the angle, which is the correction at the end. 30, 30, 33, and this is 93. The repetition of the best qualifying result, the 90-plus club is filling up. And now Timofey Dobrovolsky was the first one to show us a 93-point run. Ivan Palmin is the second, but now Timofey has got a chance to improve it. He is now here at the start. Ivan Palmin and Timofey Dobrovolsky have the same result for the first run. And now we will see who will get ahead of the other. Timofey Dobrovolsky is doing his second and the last run. Very soon we will have a clear picture. Grigory Burlulsky is now waiting. I hope that he is in place. Timofey Dobrovolsky is doing a furidashi, and he is drawing a beautiful line at the beginning. He's making the transition to touch and go 2, collecting the touch and go 2 and touch and go 3, and then he's running through touch and go 4 into the next one, collecting all touch and goes 3, and through touch and go 5 he jumps into the deceleration zone and he presses the right pedal. Well, this is good. I think it was even faster than the previous run, but we will now see it all in drift dynamics. Before Sector 3, I would say that it was a very impressive run. Before touch and go 2, touch and go 3, there was a tiny handbrake pull to correct the car's vector, but generally speaking, it was a super dynamic run. And the entrance in touch and go 7 was also great. The speed didn't fall. There was a little speed loss, and it only started at the exit from the third sweeper, and then the speed jumped up again after the last transition, the way it is usually done. Because the speed diagram around touch and go 3 is very impressive. It's an almost parallel line, parallel to the axis. It is almost horizontal, without any falls, without any peculiar ups. In the previous run, he did have some speed problems, but now it is all correct. And the initiation speed is about 150 kilometers per hour, almost even 150.2. So he overcame that limit. Wake up, my dear friends. Hello, hello, and good morning. And as far, oh yeah, you've got a blanket and it looks so cozy and homely. Danilo Vorobyov, who's got still a lot of time until his first qualifying run, he's watching his championship mates and his opponents. And now, speaking about the performance of Timofey Dobrovolsky, here's one thing that I noticed. If you're late with pressing the throttle, you have a big angle trouble in the last sweeper. Your car will be spinning. You've got to press it beforehand so that you get support in the wheel, and you continue running at the same angle that you had in touch and go 6. You've got to stabilize it on time, because we know, even the babies who watch us, they know that if you press throttle on an unstable car, it would be very bad. There was a serious correction in the first curve, even 2. There were even 2. We thank the cameras, because they make the reality look more beautiful. Because when I saw that crown-shaped diagram, I was very surprised. But there is 30 for the line, 29.5 out of 35 for the angle, and this is 92. No improvement this far. So his best result is 93. The run looked very good. This was the moment when your feeling is deceiving. Grigory Burlutsky finally comes out. He's got only one run. Carville Racing team, and this is the driver who founded the Carville Racing team. First in rally, then in circuit racing, and then finally we can see the team in drifting. Grigory Burlutsky, the winner of RDS Europe, I remind you, and he's got lots of titles. But, oh, he misses the 2 touch and goes number 1 out of 3, but he collects number 2. He just didn't have any other chance to touch and go 3. He's running to touch and go 4. The line is slightly too narrow, but nevertheless, he fulfills this part of the assignment. The last transition, come on, you've got to be careful. I was so worried, I was so bothered. It's good that the track part is not very big. I was holding my breath until the car crossed the finishing line, but you could tell that the steering wheel is locked. It's in the ultimate right position. There was nowhere to turn the wheels. So this is God save Weisfab, but God save Grigory Burlutsky, who could see how to keep this movement together with the spinning move. This was exactly what helped him out, because he was one step away from spinning, what we saw some other drivers doing. You know, a slightest, tiniest little move could make him spin around. This is what Pyotr Borodin and Ilya Polishchuk failed to do in their first runs. But, well, the stakes were higher for Grigory Burlutsky, because this is his only run that he can make in the qualifying. So here comes the question. What would the score be like? Because I'm sure that there is some deduction in the third sector, and the first sector wasn't perfect either. Oh, you see this. You see this. But on replay, it doesn't look that scary anymore, because we know that there is a happy ending. We know it already. He didn't let the throttle go, but this is the skill. This is the skill. Even though Grigory is quite new in drifting, he has been with us since 2021. 77 degrees. And in the transition before, it was like 47, and the penalties are quite small. All right, that's good. We are happy, but the first sector was worse. In touch and go and in the line there were some penalties as well, but still this is 84. Grigory Burlutsky has got 84. It would be strange if Grigory doesn't qualify with such a result. The Carville Racing team generally qualifies. There was one incident with Artem Leitis because the weather was very complicated. He had to go to the health group that moment, but he took the risk. He couldn't get enough score on the spot on the patchy track, and he found himself outside. All right, E92, Denis Sarakaput via steam, and his second run, he had 85 in the first. The first run wasn't very good. He jumped in the last curve, but now we see a series of handbrake pulls, and he misses the last touch and go one in the first sweeper. And yes, this is the end. This is the end. He misses two touch and goes, number one, and well, he lost the power. The power is lost. We hope that this is not a fatal kind of failure, because Denis Sarakaput is one of the 32 candidates, and we hope that his experienced mechanics and engineers can help him out. These are really very decorated guys who help drivers in drifting and in other disciplines as well. I think this is a transmission kind of thing. Yeah, he begins moving. Maybe the third gear was over. Denis trolled our rescue rangers. Or maybe it wouldn't be right to run this car. Maybe it would be better to have it towed. But he's already moving, so nothing can be done about it. But, well, we've got radios. If there was any suspicion, I guess the mechanics would tell him not to move it too much. But anyway, if a gear inside a transmission falls apart, it just falls apart in the crankcase and turns into a jigsaw puzzle. A jigsaw puzzle with parts of different sizes. It would be very hard, an 80-plus jigsaw puzzle. All right, so if there are any gears, then it can move. And if it can move, so why wouldn't it? Sergei Kuznetsov is coming out. You see that the car wasn't towed. It made its way out itself. And now Denis Sarakaput has left, thankfully. He runs on his own, which gives us hope. Sergei Kuznetsov had 86 points in the first run, even though he had some serious line mistakes. He had 12.5 deduction in the first sector, and he had 86 as a result. So this is a potential 98.5 that he was taking there. He lost a lot on the way, but here's what can be interesting. This is what differs stronger drivers from weaker ones. If something doesn't work out, and Sergei did something very wrong in the first sector, he still shows two almost perfect runs in the two other sectors. Pulling yourself together and taking everything you've got to the end is a skill that many people don't have. This is pretty hard to do. But we also have some drivers who can carry canisters towards the finish, and they don't spill anything. So this is a flanker F. Start per stars Aimol, Sergei Kuznetsov, his second run. Let's go! This is a run in 165 meters. Sergei Kuznetsov is breaking into the second sector. He pushes away from the edge. At least one touch and go. One is left outside, and there is one wheel outside as well. This is transition number 2, no questions whatsoever. And now he begins collecting number 4s. Now there is a transition touch and go 5. And the last one in the deceleration zone that he has to press. It was slightly hard to see. And when we said that he's got to press it, Sergei let it go. He looked a little insecure, but Jackie Stewart, who knew something about driving, once said that you shouldn't press the throttle when you are not sure about it. But we have already compared it with the quotation of Colin McRae and his what he had at the end. We had a lot of braking in the first curve, which is quite a serious sin, but it looks normal for a flanker. It was Ivan Palmin. He approached the starting line, and now we're waiting for the score for Sergei Kuznetsov. Now he scattered some points in the first and the second sector. Here we can see that it was pressed, that there was an angle correction, so it is slightly bothering, slightly concerning. Even though, as I look at the score, I see that he's not really doing bad. It is all okay, but we forgot mentioning one important fact, which is the majority of our drivers are very used to ADM Raceway, because whatever you say, this is one of the most accessible autodromes in the west of Russia, from the logistic and some other points of view. And if anyone needs tests, they come here. Even Carville Racing from St. Petersburg came here. Takayma Forward Auto would come here. VS Team have been staying here for a long time. Anatoly Sherbak has been here for a long time. Ilya Fyodorov as well. Denis Sarakapud also has a car somewhere around here. So this is a home for many of our drivers. So the average score can be higher than usual. And also see what a great abundance of different taxiways there are here. You can invent lots of configurations. And you can see that there are some black marks on the asphalt that cannot be confused with anything. And even Drift Taxi manages to run here in such a way that they are not, that you don't even see them. All right, so there are some penalties, but there is no style penalty in the second sector. Yay! Okay, and line-wise, everything is quite obvious. 2 touch and goes, 1 wheel outside, and this is the overall result. 82.5 with no improvement. I feel sorry for Sergei, because the first sector was better than in the first run, doubtlessly, and then everything went wrong. And now we resume the fight for the top line of the rating, because this is Ivan Palmin, who had 92 points in the first run. Timofey Dobrovolsky also had 93, 92, and now Ivan Palmin has got all the chances to capture the leadership. Timofey was very stable, 92, 93. Let's see what Ivan Palmin can show him. Ivan Palmin, his Supra A90 from Carville Racing. Some corrections after the initiation. This is transition number 1, which is very fast. And now he collects 2 touch and goes number 2. And he makes a transition to touch and go 3. Whoa, there was 1 wheel outside, definitely. And he brings the car back. And he's already in the deceleration zone. 2 touch and go 6. And he also takes touch and go 7. With some speed loss, you shouldn't really turn your back to the track, because you never know who can appear from out there. I want to thank Carville Racing team for this beautiful color. It was a beautiful livery and the gear, because you can see very well how the driver works. You can see the white gloves, you can see them very well. And all the transitions, even though they were pretty fast, they were very well controlled. Ivan Palmin never let the steering wheel go, and I could tell from inside the cockpit. Everyone can see that. Like here, did you see it? Everything is done the way that is recommended by extreme driving specialists. And Ivan Palmin from Carville Racing is probably the most experienced driver. He started doing drifting earlier than the others. Even Anton Kozlov has been in drifting since 2021. Or I can be mistaken, but I will check myself. But in the meanwhile, we can compare the 2 runs of Ivan Palmin. Anton Kozlov has been drifting since 2019. You can tell how synchronized the speed was, and the transitions are also very well. the director of our broadcast is being a little creative so that you can tell that this is a person, a human, pressing these buttons. Only in the third sector that you can see some difference, and the next sector I think looked a little bit more aggressive, but doesn't mean a good result. I remind you that the reference for all the drivers of this qualifying is 93. This is the result of Timofey Dobrovolsky and the first result of Ivan Palmin himself. We will now see the second run score and we will understand their position in the qualifying protocol. 2-point penalty for one wheel, 3-point deduction for the angle. And as for the rest, it looks very well. So now let's get to summing up. This is 32.5 for the style, and this is 90. So Timofey Dobrovolsky is still the leader of the qualifying, but congratulations to Ivan Palmin on this very good performance. But let me admit that I was mistaken. Artem Leitis is the most experienced driver in Carville racing, and the only one who hasn't qualified yet. Anatoly Sherbak is the driver who hasn't qualified in RDS-GP because he hasn't been in RDS-GP at all. So this is interesting. S14 in Nissan, the light goes green. SX is its formal identification because the steering wheel is on the left. Anatoly Sherbak is a candidate of sport for rallycross who decided to shift from that dirty discipline to the smoky discipline, and he's back to RDS-GP. I remind you that he has been performing in RDS Open. He missed touch and go number 3, and there are some questions about the next one, and he's got to reduce it to keep the car under control. The car is squatting on the axis, but it looks like a warm-up still, because he hasn't practiced yesterday, and you can see what's happening out there, and a lot of steering work and some left foot braking. And now the poor judges have to figure it all out. Anatoly has got some style of both setting up the car and operating it. It is very important for Anatoly to have a good grip on the front axis. And here you can see some grip deficit, because several times the front axis slipped out in the first sweeper and in around touch and go number 3. It wasn't really good for him. Anatoly Sherbak hasn't performed on this car this season. On RDS Open he's got a different one. It's purple colored, and this one is a legendary vehicle, by the way. It is nicknamed Rocky Balboa. So even though it doesn't look like Sylvester Stallone, but at least it hasn't never been punched in the face. You can tell there is some correction out there. It looks like the driver hopes to get some grip, but the car says, well, your hopes are your problems. I have a feeling that there is some excessive rear suspension articulation, which makes this grip so weak. Plus one wheel has a contact with the asphalt, and for this reason it's hard to speak of any good control over the front axis. And I remind you that you can still operate a car when it's set up this way, but this is a different kind of activity. It requires a different technique. You've got to use more throttle. I guess there's gonna be lots of penalties, unfortunately, for Anatoly, and some penalties will be for the line. He loses 8 points for the line, and in the first sector he's got minus 5.5 for the angle, minus 3.5 for the style, and the diagram unfortunately don't leave him any hopes. And in the third sector the angle was excessive, there were corrections, and this is what I managed to see that fast. 72.5, which is quite a bothering result. That this is what I can say, but 72.5% that Anatoly Sherbak doesn't qualify. But he's got another try, so he's got some hope. And we've got Ilya Fyodorov in the meanwhile. He is a great master of intrigues, and suspicion and the suspense. Now let's see what he can show us. He immediately makes a correction after the initiation, but he collects touch and goes number 1. He makes a transition, even though it's not fast enough. He also misses touch and go 2/2. Then he makes a transition, and through touch and go number 3, he runs into the long sweeper number 3. But it doesn't occur that fastly. Then he makes a transition, works through the 6. Then he also takes number 7 and he finishes. Well, we should pay the tribute of respect to this driver. We know that the car is not very powerful, but we know that he can do a lot with it. But that correction would really seriously spoil it all for him. And the reason for this correction is that from the moment when he let the handbrake go to the moment the wheels began spinning, there was some lag and there was a very suspicious brake. And in that moment, the wheels were like, if the brake doesn't hold us, we can catch a grip on the asphalt. And the car started straightening out. At some moment, the power woke up, even though there is not so much in that VQ30, and the car continued drifting. And this was probably the reason why this correction occurred. And I know that Mikhail Davidians will definitely make his deductions. This is an obvious lack of speed. We will see how much we can have here out of the 35. This year, the score between the angle and the style has been redistributed. This is about speed, about the tempo, about the throttle work, and other factors. This is 15 degrees, correction, to 32, which is, of course, not very good. But the speed is okay, 143 kilometers per hour. So this is something that you've got to keep in mind. And by the way, Ilya Fedorov wasn't the slowest one. Yesterday we had some more heroes who managed to fight for this record. And this is the result. Everything is okay with the line. And the other criteria, well, it's all about the first sector. That correction, the 15 points and the late throttle, if you correct it, he could be the leader of the qualifying, I suppose. 88.5 points is the result of Ilya Fedorov, and congratulations. I don't know on what place he would be, but I really cannot believe that you may fail with such a result. This is definitely a positive one, but I just would like to see how many times Ilya Fedorov has taken this configuration. I'm sure that if recalculated in distance, he could have gone to the moon and back. Kirill Matskevich and his Supra A80 with number 80. And all this beauty with some corrections after the Furidashi is running into the first curve. Kirill Matskevich looks slightly lazy as he does the transition, and this is not the most aggressive one ever. And then he dives into the next one, and he appears from it to do the double transition to touch and go 5. Here the smooth transitions are the best, and well, it gives some good impression. On one hand, he has done everything it took, and I would like to point out how hard ADM Raceway configurations can be, because here the drivers need extreme precision, because once you hesitate, you can make a mistake that would be very expensive. For example, these deductions at the initiation happen quite a lot, and to avoid such corrections, you've got to immediately press the throttle when you let the handbrake go, so that your car starts drifting with the rear wheels. So you've got to have a perfect speed and a perfect initiation point. By the way, speaking about Kirill Matskevich, we mentioned that precision was required, but this is not it. We have discussed it yesterday on the Judges' Tower, that this is also about speed control, because a lack of speed and excess of speed can be very harmful. It's like a medicine, you know, when the dose is wrong, it is a poison. The medicine only works when the dose is correct. The same happens with the speed. If you don't have enough speed, it's bad. And if you have too much, it is also a tragedy. Hello, guys. Hello there. Yeah, you should have waved your flag for Kirill. I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. Maybe this was the reason why he got distracted. Okay, I'm just kidding. It's great to see you. I'm happy to see our guests from other states. Please don't be shy. Show your flags. And now Kirill just had 142 kilometers per hour. And maybe his speed was not enough to break in the first sweeper. This is what I wanted to say about his run. These are the results, just like I said. He's got the required minimum just to make it to the next round. You can see the penalties. You can see that he's been doing very well, but if he didn't go outside with his wheels, he would have done even better. And this is 91. Welcome to 90 Plus Club. This is line number 3. So Kirill Myachkovo is doing really great. And this is, by the way, the phenomenon of emotion and result. I'm trying to find some connections. It happens quite often when a circuit racer is running on a circuit and he doesn't really look like he's running fast. But this is just because he's going smoothly. He's running smoothly. The same thing has just been demonstrated by Kirill. And I also want to remind you that we've got new terms introduced by the judges. We used to have a sharp and an extended or smooth transition, but now we've got a new type, which is something medium, which is a dynamic transition. Can you taste this difference between a sharp and a dynamic transition? It sounds like a sharp one should actually be dynamic. Someone said, I don't remember who said that, Igor Severyanin, our Russian poet, wrote it about pineapples and champagne. And yeah, we've got some bad news. Dmitry Yermokhin, number 24, is going to the health group. I remind you that his engine failed him during the practice session. And at the end of our news, if you haven't watched it, you can watch it during the break. The engine was still being replaced, plus a backup car was brought to the autodrome, and it looked like Dmitry faced a dilemma, whether he should fix his current car and bring it back to life, or try running on a JZS-15, wearing a Rocket Bunny body kit. That is where we saw lots of flashbacks. Moreover, this is quite a famous car, and if we see it, I will tell you the story. And we see Spectators. Hello, everyone. Hello, guys. And the story is very short. This is a former car of Artem Potechin from his Siberian past. All right, and in the meanwhile, there's nothing happening on the track. We're looking at your hats. We really love them. Hello, hello, hello. I can see that you're trying to camouflage yourself with your hat, but your T-shirt gives you away. And the color of the T-shirt matches the hair color of his girlfriend. Maybe this is why he chose that one today. And now you can see that Sergei Sak is coming out. Thankfully, his arm has healed and Sergei now feels great. And yesterday he felt very well during the practice, so I hope that he is still optimistic and strong. 900 HP according to the official data. Under the hood, this is a Forward Racing 400Z built specifically for this season, a new car. Yes, there have been some difficulties on the way, but this is a normal thing for a new car. Having a new car is great, but it requires some work. And now he performs a furidashi, and he pushes away, missing touch and go 1 and touch and go 2, maybe also touch and go /3 as well. And now he collects touch and go number 3 with some speed loss, obviously. And in the meanwhile, Sergei collects number 4s with no questions whatsoever. Another transition touching go 5, and now he's running towards the finishing line, which he does. And probably there would be another penalty if the wheel has slipped outside, but we will see it later. But this is one of the 8 cars with a stroker kit, 3.2 liters inside, and one of the 9 cars with a billet block. So this is the same engine as Goja has got. And this is a Forward Racing RZ33 or a 400Z. And I don't want to play this grammar Nazi game. I think I've had enough of it. And these guys with the Belarusian flag have got 2 representatives of their country among our drivers. Sergei Sak is doing better and better on board his car. This car was initially a Nissan 370Z, but it was then modified. This body kit is made in Krasnoyarsk. It can transfer a 300Z into an R34 because these are the cars based on the same platform. They're very similar. And even in my Instagram, I issued one video where you can simply overlap the 2 pictures and they coincide, except for some tiny details. So why don't we do it? Moreover, there was an era of making the cars bigger, but a Nissan 350 is longer than 370. But the car body dimensions are comparable, more or less. Maybe 370 is even slightly plumper, but those who have ever studied the models of Volkswagen can say that the wheelbase is something that is the easiest to change. There are lots of models based on the same platform, because this is just a piece of metal that you can add. And speaking about serious products, you can change its dimensions very slightly. And why so? Because there are lots of parts that you can deform, and these parts are not related to the racing performance. We're looking at the first sector in Prix because there is 10.5 points buried there. But this is not a record-breaking number. We know that the penalty can be much bigger. 29 for the start, 25, 24. So this is 82 points, the result of Sergei Sak. But statistics says that, well, it would be better to get some more. But out of 14 participants, he is the 13th. So building your strategy on someone else's failures is not a good strategy, and I hope that Sergei will pull himself together and he will make us a positive surprise this time. I just got a message that now you can run to rdsshop.ru website to buy the magazine. Yeah, because it is finally available. I've got some informers who let me know that the magazine has just been issued on the on our e-store. This is oil, yes, and this is transmission oil, I guess, judging by the color. And this must be Anatoly Sherbak. So he came there, he spilled his oil. He also made quite a bad run, and this is not good at all. But Anatoly Sherbak is a guy who spends a crazy number of experiments on his car, especially in power steering. At first he had 2E steering, power steerings. He had 3 at the same time. And then he had an electric power steering, and he made it work this way or another. And now on this car, he's got just a Hydra power steering with the drive belt. So he's been through all types of power steering. I guess he only has to install a trapezium without any power steering at all, or maybe do it the way that it was done on the first cars in history, and try what way it can work. And by the way, speaking about the steering, the power steering was initially designed for ships, not for motor vehicles, not for cars. But we've got Ilya Fyodorov. We will see what happens to Anatoly Sherbak a little later. But now he begins. Ilya Fyodorov is running on his second run. He had a very good first run, almost 90 points. I'm not sure he can really repeat it, because a lot of score has been left there after the Furidashi. But Ilya Fyodorov, in the meanwhile, is running through touch-and-go number 4/3, and he is preparing to do his first transition, second one, and through touch-and-go 6, and maybe 7. Yeah, correct. He is finishing the run, and this is the end of his qualifying performance. I don't feel like there is an improvement, because the first run was really very, very good. Let me explain. Let me explain what I mean here. He could almost lose all of his four wheels out there. I'm sure that he will get some score there, of course, but it depends on how the judges count it, whether it's 2 wheels or 3 wheels, because it determines whether he loses 5 or 10 points for the line, and this is very tangible. This is 5 points difference. And now we will compare the 2 runs, and I'm sure that it will not be as good as the first one. Except for this initiation adventures, the first run was great. In the second one, the initiation was better, but there were some other mistakes. It looked like a piece of the wheel still slided out there, and as far as the speed is concerned, it was 148. Is this excessive speed performed by Ilya Fyodorov? Is it ever possible? Everyone who has got more powerful cars must be ashamed. If you've got more powerful cars, but you cannot gain the speed required, come on, guys, you've got clutches, you've got clutch massage, you can do it, and you still do not get enough speed. I know that it reduces the service life of your clutch, but, well, we are all mortal, and our top drivers know that a clutch can survive through 2 or maximum 3 vents. You usually use a RC or R4C, and R3C or R4C, the number is the number of discs. The more discs you've got, the more is the area, and the more parts you've got, the better the heat is distributed in between the parts. And this is a very complicated sandwich of discs, and that's actually clutched together. And there's a lot of work for this part to do, because you've got very little time when the clutch is engaged. Yeah, so there were 2 wheels, not 3, so this is the result. So if he collected the first sector, he would have got almost 98 points. But, well, he didn't, so what can be done about it? 23, 30.5, and 30, which makes a total of 83.5. So Ilya Fyodorov is still not falling below 80, which is very good already. All right, here comes Kirill Matskevich, who already has 91 points in his assets, and I'm sure that he would be happy to raise this number. He is a newcomer of our championship. He is a vice champion of RDS Open last season, and he's running through. And now Kirill is making a little brake massage and makes transition into the next curve, collecting both clips through number 3. And once again, he is running through touch and go number 6.3. Then he makes a transition to touch and go 5 and to touch and go 6. Oh, there is too much angle, but that's okay for him. But the throttle was slightly late. Only before the finish, he finally pressed it the way he had to. But the impression is very good. I mean, this is an impression of a bright student. It was very careful. It was very nice, very balanced. Kirill is having some problems this season because first he had a BMW, and then he overcame Ivan Palmin, who was fighting for championship with Grigory Gusev. But Ivan Palmin even lost his second place at the end of the championship, which made him very sad. But this is not what I want to say. I want to say about Kirill Myachkovo, who is getting on board the Supra A80, who couldn't understand this car for a long while. Because at first the situation that was a McPherson, and now this is a two-arm front suspension and a slightly shorter base. Yesterday I was surprised to find out that E92 is slightly longer than an E90. But so, if we get back to the Supra, Kirill Myachkovo is getting better and better on board of his cars, and moreover he even tried to find some alternative setups compared to his teammates, maybe some new inventions, some innovations. So at the end he had the same setups as Maxim Grossman and Artem Shabanov, and then he checked it worked very well, and then they said, "This is yours, Kirill, learn how to use it." This is 2 points. So nothing critical actually happened this far. I checked the diagrams, and the diagrams of his two runs are very similar to each other. He was slightly faster, slightly slower somewhere, but generally they're almost identical. And the result, he's a new qualifying leader with 94.5. Wow, he is 3 points better than the previous one. Congratulations to Kirill, he qualified very well. He may even go and take a nap as he's waiting for the parade. Sergei Sak is coming on his next run. He had 82 points for the first run, which is, I believe, subject to improvement. I think that Sergei Sak has got to set his objective as getting further away from the 80 limit and get closer to the 90. He is collecting the clips, number 1, maybe not all of them. Then there is another transition, touch and go 3. And he is running touch and go 4, letting the throttle go a little. We will check the speed later. In the meanwhile, he's collecting all the 4s. And here is the last transition, and there was something strange happening with the track borders. I want to see whether he had any wheels out or not, but unfortunately we've got to announce that Sergei used all the possible tools he had at hand after the initiation. At first he pressed the throttle, then he pulled the handbrake, then he pressed the brake together with the throttle. So he's done everything possible. He has done everything he could to lose the score, because after the first touch and go, I mean 1/1, pulling the handbrake is fatal, at least in the eyes of Vladimir Safonov. I think Vladimir Safonov was furious when he saw it, and 1/2 seems to have been missed regardless of all these tricks. And I may suppose that he needed some more speed at first. Or maybe it wasn't about the speed, it was 143. Maybe that was too little for this grip. The thing is, you add more grip because you need more, but you also need to increase the speed to get more inertia on the car body, so that the car is kind of flying and you push it inside with the throttle. It's a very hard balance to find. I just used Kirill Myachkovo run as a reference because he's a leader, so why not? So the speed in the third curve out there, the third sweeper, the one you see before you, Kirill Myachkovo had about 84 or not. Kirill had less speed than Sergei. Sergei was running faster. But the first sweeper, the speed was too low because Kirill had 150 and Sergei had 106. There was 10 kilometers per hour difference. This is a big problem. If the leader is running so slow, if the leader is running 10 kilometers per hour slower than the chaser, it would be bad. It would be like trying to run away from someone walking while the chaser is jogging. All right, so the first sector was not good. We will see what the judges can say about it. Maybe we shouldn't be that pessimistic, but I would be happy to be mistaken. But generally speaking about the first sector and the first sweeper, ADM Raceway can be compared to the classic Igora. A dynamic run-in and quite a big first curve, but Igora is bigger compared to ADM Raceway. I mean, both in the width and the general length, and the speed there is also higher, if I'm not mistaken. At least in the classic configuration, it is faster. Igora Drive is the fastest of the configurations that we've got in our league. And in the meanwhile, we've got the score of Sergei Sak. It's prepared, unfortunately, 2 wheels outside. He collected all the touch and goes, which is great. But, well, you know, the first sector is not as bad as sector 3. So this is 26 for the line, 26.5 for the angle, and 30 for the style, which makes a total of 82.5. This improvement doesn't change his position. He's 13th. So now we take a little technical break, and we will use it to show you a little commercial break.
А почему выгодно?
С дебетовой карты ВТБ скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50%.
Получайте скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50% с картой ВТБ. ВТБ, все получится.
Безграничен, Level Kitchen, безграничен, Level Kitchen, вкус отличен. На уровень новый он, мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level, Level Kitchen. Мы ставим, где бы ты не был.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Если радио, то максимум.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историями. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше. Get your blood pumping.
Мы — команда, которая не боится перемен и готова идти на риск. Мы не просто едем, мы диктуем ритм гонки. Мы — тайм-ап. Мы больше, чем гоночная команда. И наше время не просто наступило. Наше время сейчас.
Touch my steam. Niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flat. Up on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't use your podcast, you might follow it.
Но в любом случае, ты когда приезжаешь на соревнования, ты хочешь победить.
5 минут мы хоть что-то можем сделать? Или я пойду сейчас бить козлом? Не, вот этого не надо.
And we're back on air. This is ADM Raceway in the qualifying of the fourth event of RDSGP 2025. We've got some news, but not the most positive one. And this is about the health group. We've got already 4 people there. This is Alexei Kozlov, Artur Zelenyy, Dmitry Yermohin, and Anatoly Sherbak, who after his power steering adventures decided to zero down his first run and decided to wait for the end of the general program and to go on his one and only qualifying run. All right, so let's happen that the improvement does take place, and we will take a look at the statistics because it's very interesting to understand how what has happened to the drivers who failed to qualify. I'm trying to see the results of those who were below place 23. Arkady Tseregrazov has been the best of those who failed to qualify in the first event. He had 79.5 points back then because 80 sharp was the threshold. And interestingly, Ilya Popov got 80 and he got on the 32nd place and he came forward. And the general trend is that the average result is expected to be higher than in the previous ones, and I have already explained why. Everyone knows this configuration very well. It's very well familiar to many drivers, and the draw also fell in such a way that we've got more experienced drivers in the last groups. Also, which is interesting, we should get back to the scoring system. And even if you don't qualify, but you've got some good score, you have 1 point in your personal score, and if you've got a 0 in the qualifying, you don't have any points at all. This is Leonid Schneider, who is now warming up. He was next after Artur Zelenyy, but Artur decided to go to the health group, and Leonid Schneider is not making the mistake that was made by his teammates. He tries the entire configuration to make sure that he does everything right before the finish, because this is an important moment for all of our participants, because this is where some troubles may occur. When Leonid Schneider was having his first event with Forward Auto, he was in the final here. Back then he lost to Damir Datulin. 180 kilometers per hour was his initiation speed back then. And now you can see that wall where he almost reached after he got outside. You can see it now in the top right part of the screen, not where you see the TV trucks, but slightly further, that a little curvy wall where you've got the marks of the Driftax wheels on the ground. This is where Leonid Schneider almost reached. But since then, Leonid Schneider has changed his car. Now he's got a Toyota Mark II, and he is still driving it. He wants to prove himself that he can show a better result. You can hear some music, and yes, it is coming from the car of Leonid Schneider. This is a music box number 7. He loves it, we know, and now we see what Leonid Schneider can show us. He has always been very aggressive. We are used to this aggression, but he is still the youngest driver of RDS GP. And he's also a guy who has got one qualifying victory, because many of these drivers don't have it. He is now running in, he's initiating, and there he also had to use a little bit of handbrake as an extra measure. We'll see what Vladimir Safonov says about it. Now he's collecting touch and go number 2, makes another transition to collect the inner clip, and then he breaks into the curve where the touch and goes number 4 are waiting for him. Now Leonid Schneider is carefully pressing the throttle, touch and go 6, and he's pressing the throttle again, and he finishes. This is what a good rehearsal means, especially in the third sector. I guess music also played a big role, but here we care more about drifting than music, even though music and drifting are the things that are very close together. Both things require creativity and require some instruments, but drifting may be a little bit more difficult. You can see that the right front wheel was blocked, which means that he's been using the foot brake out there, but you are allowed to use the foot brake. You're allowed to use lots of things. You are only penalized for changing your speed. So if the action of the driver causes any reduction in speed, or angle changes, or any line problems, that is not penalized. But generally, using various techniques cannot be penalized. It is only in the context of consequences, the consequences that were caused. In this situation, there was a little handbrake correction. Yes, it was. It was done for the car to continue spinning and that the angle remains the same. I wouldn't say that it was a long handbrake pull, but it was visible. You're allowed to use a handbrake in an invisible way, and some of the drivers show us how you can do it. There can be long handbrakes, there can be short handbrakes, there can be accidental handbrakes, there can be sudden handbrakes. It can be very different, but I'm now looking at the rain map, so if it looks to you like the weather has got a little dark, the skies have become a little dark, that's true, the clouds have come, but this is what the weather forecast has been telling us. Top 32 is scheduled for 5 p.m. and this is local time, Moscow time, and I've got a little hope that the clouds may pour everything around but our location. But in the meanwhile, we've got the results of Leonid Schneider, and they're quite good. The angle penalization in the first angle, yes, that was the correction that we saw, and the style 1.5 point deduction. But generally, the picture looks very well done, and we are very positive people, and we see the new qualifying leader. He's got 94, or is he? He's almost the leader. He's half a point behind Kirill Matskevich, but Leonid Schneider has got another run to do. Kirill Matskevich started with 91. This is Danilo Vorobyov that we saw not so long ago wearing a t-shirt. Now he's wearing his racing suit, and he is here now. He's one of the 39 with a 2JZ GTE engine, a very aggressive driver who has broken his car during the practice runs many times, and now here it is, it's back, and Danilo Vorobyov is already doing his qualifying run, the first sweeper, and now this is the first transition, not as fast as it could be. He collects both touch and goes, then he makes a transition, a sharper one into touch and go 3, and the right front wheel is outside while Danilo Vorobyov is collecting touch and goes number 4, makes a transition, and just like the last two clips in the last sweeper. Now it's all about the speed and about the angle. If you think that Danilo Vorobyov is here for the first time, you are mistaken. Let me give you some interesting information. In 2022, there was a wild card battle between Denis Rakaput and Danilo Vorobyov. Danilo Vorobyov, on board this very car, lost the battle. There even was some cash prize that Denis Rakaput won, but since that time, the wild card has transformed into a full-scale participation in our events. Back then, Danilo Vorobyov showed some really good performance, and for Danilo Vorobyov, ADM Raceway is also a home autodrome. He knows this configuration very well. He has been here lots of times. Those who are subscribed to Danilo Vorobyov on Instagram, you know that he usually does two-pedal drifting, almost in all the sweepers, and we cannot tell that it really ruins anything. I wouldn't tell that it is bad for his speed, for example. This is a way of speed control, and generally there have been some concerns about that, expressed by his more experienced mates, who say the double pedal drifting is not comme il faut. And why so? Because the car can develop less speed. It is not very good for speed control, which means that after that, if your speed is more stable, it is easier to get in the right touch and goes. You waste less effort. But nevertheless, this is something that really takes... Oh, you've got a little puppet theater out there. Have you written a screenplay for them? There are 3 heroes? Ah, yeah, this is pretty logical. Who is who, I wonder? So this is a very good result, by the way. Angle-wise, there are some penalties in all the sectors. Style-wise, there is only 1.5 point deduction, which is not that severe. But Mikhail Davidians is still the most merciless of our judges, which makes sense, because angle is one of the key criterion. This is 94 points, and this is just the same that Leonid Schneider has got, and another threat to the leadership of Kirill Matskevich. Dmitry Sherbina is now in the starting gate. This is a legendary Toyota Mark II, and it has got a JZ engine that comes from the plant. A very seldom thing. This is a new car, a beautiful one, and he's going on his first qualifying round. Dmitry Sherbina is also quite an aggressive driver that we have seen yesterday. I wonder if he can convert this aggression into a result. By the way, I think this was the car that Evgeny Losov drove when he won an event here, but this is all history. In the meanwhile, Dmitry is working through touch and go number 3, running touch and go number 4. The third sweeper is on the agenda. Perfect dance on the line and the transition touch and go 5. And the last one through the deceleration zone. Come on, you've got to take it there. Even though the third sector is not perfect, nevertheless, this is a productive finish. Mikhail Davidians is preparing to do his deductions. As far as this car is concerned, it took the 2nd place in 2019, and Evgeny Losov drove an A18, his final with Roman Tvadar when he won. And speaking about the angles, Dmitry Sherbina did almost the worst of the mistakes, which was an angle, the angle addition in one of those slashed touch and goes. It wasn't very good, and in the third sector, apart from the angle, there would be some style deductions because he pressed the throttle very late. But such mistakes never come alone. They always come in a bunch because the general spatial position of the car is very bothering. the throttle is not correctly operated, and then Vladimir Safonov makes his deductions. And in the first transition, why it's such a serious mistake, I mean this angle addition, the fact is, if you have a chaser, the car turns into a wall for the chaser. The chaser has nowhere to go. The chaser would have to add more angle and reduce the speed, but in this configuration, it can end up with a gravel trap that you can see right there near the first turn. We have seen it before. We have seen it many times. We saw it last season. It was Ilya Fyodorov, for example, who ended up in that gravel trap, who fell victim to it. I just compared it to the diagram of Danila Vorobyov, just in case, and the speed has to be increasing towards the finish. Even if it doesn't, it has to remain stable. And it is around 66, while Dmitry had 51. So imagine it. What do you do with this difference? The first sector, angle-wise, was evaluated this way, and this is -8 in the tiny sector 3. All right, so whatever. The assignment is clear, the objectives have been defined. This is what you need your second run for. 84 points, which is very close to the top 32 threshold. We know that our drivers can be very, very high performing, so we will continue watching them. Oh, so some corrections are being introduced into the score. So what is happening out there? Are we having an upgraded score or not? Yes, we will see it, and we will explain to you what just happened as soon as we see it to Mikhail Davidyans. He's such a tricky guy. First he gives a score, then he says no. Okay, so this is the way it should be done. He deducted half a point more to mobilize Dmitry more. All right, I understand, Mikhail, that you wish him the best. This is all done for the benefit of the driver, for the driver to understand the responsibility and understand the assignment. Now, Anatoly Kizin from VS team and the city of St. Petersburg is here. He is a driver who also came to us from RDS Europe, and in RDS Europe he wasn't even a regular participant. He would just come from time to time, mostly in St. Petersburg and Ryazan. Now let's see what he can do here. And it's interesting that he usually selected Ryazan, the circuit with the wall. Now Anatoly Kizin, a regular RDS GP participant, is making an initiation. I'm sorry. He practiced a lot yesterday. Now in the second curve, he's not being flawless, and so not the fastest in the next one. Now he's collecting touch and goes number 4 in this loop, and then another transition to touch and go 5, and the final one, which even looked sharper than designed by the judges. But Sector 3 made a good impression on me. I even forgot the starting adventures. It looked like the car wiggled its tail in near touch and go 7, but we will see it now on replays. And we will also see it in the evaluations. We will also check some diagrams. Generally, it should be remarked that the run was pretty high quality. It is even in speed, especially in this spot near touch and go 3 and 4/1. The speed has to be stable, and the diagram looks well. There are some little variations, but there are no peculiar decelerations that may be in the way of the chaser. The initiation speed could be faster because it's 138.3, and I wish it was higher. This is also a rare vehicle. I mean the turbocharger, not the car itself. This is one of the few drivers who has got a Garrett turbocharger, not a Precision. 80% of our drivers prefer Precision because it's an American company that has recently came, and it has overcame everyone in the technology. It gives you some fantastic figures. But Anatoly Kizin prefers Garrett, 35mm Garrett. And what is interesting, the Precision has got 64, 68, and this is a diameter. And Garrett has got 35, and this is a radius, not a diameter. At the same time, Precision with smaller dimensions gives you better performance compared both to Garrett's and to Borg's. Anatoly Kizin also has got some great numbers here. Touch and go 4/1 was missed. And the rest of the line is good. And angle-wise and style-wise, we recall the previous run, it is all very good. So this is 91, another member of the 90-plus club. And this is almost the best performance for Anatoly this season. And we will, of course, check this information. But now let's see the second run of Leonid Schneider. And this was a very small group, only 4 drivers. Leonid Schneider had 94 in his first run, and now he will try to outperform his teammate. The leaders of the qualifying are from time up, and we haven't seen them all. Leonid Schneider, his Toyota Mark II, number 7, are here. This ensemble, this is a duo that is already doing its second qualifying run. Leonid Schneider lets the handbrake go, but I think he misses touch and go 1/1, or maybe he touched the edge of it. He's bad in touch and goes number 2. Now he's in 4s. He is using his left foot brake a little bit as he does the transitions. Here is another one. And now he's got to reach the finish, which he perfectly does. No one doubted he ever would. And now let's see the replays. Let's see what happened with the clips. From this angle, yeah, it looks slightly narrow, 2 pedals, and the line looked a little narrow as well. But the judges will speak it out. They will express it in numbers. It's fun to see it all in the language of numbers. You feel like a robot when you do. In the third sector, I noticed one interesting technique that he used. At the moment of transition, Leonid Schneider hit the foot brake to make the car spin sharper. And it looks like this technique works very good in this moment, because in the double transition at the beginning of the third sector, the speed is pretty high. According to the assignment, it has to be growing. And then there's a deceleration zone where you can legally slow down, which Leonid Schneider also did. And he opened the throttle at the right moment because his speed was comfortable for that, which is also very important. It would be very sad if he doesn't hit touch and go 1/1, but we will see it all in numbers. It is at least 2 points. And 2 points when you're doing a 90-plus attempt matters a lot. And this is a lot about winning or losing the qualifying round, and it can really matter a lot. And there is a chance of meeting the favorites of the competition. For example, Artem Shabanov won his qualifying not so long ago. His first one, it was in Nizhny Novgorod. I guess he was surprised when he did. In St. Petersburg, Artem just said, I don't know what I have to do to win the qualifying, because the weather was good for Artem. He was the only one who managed to qualify on the really wet asphalt, and he did a very good attempt. Then those torches and health groups, massive health group transfers happened. We have been making lots of jokes about it. But now you see the angle score -3, -0.5. But all the clips have been taken. The worst part is this -3 angle-wise from Mikhail Davidyan's, of course. And this is 95.5. And we've got a new qualifying leader. Regardless of all the efforts of Mikhail Davidyan's, we've got a new qualifying leader, 95.5, which means that what could be there? He could have got 98.5 without that angle deduction, but you know that history doesn't know subjunctive mood. This is a driver from the Coil Racing Drift team, Danilo Vorobyov. He's currently third with a result of 94, BMW E36. He is going on his second run. He has moved so many times. Now he represents the city of Perm. Now he is pressing the throttle. He did some steering move, but the cameras didn't show any particular corrections. Now this is transition number 2, and he's already running towards the touch and go number 4 on 3 wheels. And now the double transition. It was very sharp, a very big leap of faith. I wish I see the score in this sector. I felt like the car almost stopped at some moment. The angle was crazy. It was beyond reasonable. Here is the moment. We will see it very well right now, even though from this angle doesn't really look like that. Well, yes, you can tell that there was some speed reduction, but I wouldn't say that it was beyond normal. I think it's something about 80 kilometers per hour, so this is more or less okay. Once again, I remind you, there is no speed standard except for the run-in. It's got to be at least 140 kilometers per hour, and the rest that we're speaking about are some average numbers that the judges can manipulate in various ways. For example, when they explain the assignment during the briefing. But, well, if we speak about the references, the speed references, Danilo Vorobyov has complied with them all, so I don't have many questions to him. And also, near the finish, the speed was about 70, which is somewhere in the lowest limit. It's not killingly fast, but I think this is the turn. This is the turn that deceived me. But nevertheless, nevertheless, the first attempt looked slightly better to me, and it might be true. But on the other hand, what looks to me one way may be very different from what the judges think, because you remember that they see it all live from a tower, unlike me, who watches it through the screen and the cameras. And even in the transition, in the third sector, there were some questions. So you see some angle deductions. It doesn't look critical, but there are some. There is a little bouquet. -6 in total, if I'm not mistaken. But I really doubt my mathematical abilities. I'm not really good at math. There is maximum for the line. It's 30. The line is 30 out of 35. And style is 34 out of 35, which means that Danilo Vorobyov repeats his result in the second run, which means that he stays on the third line of our qualifying rating. Maybe the second run is really better because the speed was higher there, and with the general stability of the overall score, the style is the key criterion, even though style costs as much as angle now. 30, 30 and 34. Previously it would have been like really cool, but now it's not really. This is 94, and this is the same result. Congratulations, this is a great qualifying performance, even though he hasn't got the leadership. Danilo Vorobyov, by the way, repeats his best result at Moscow Raceway. He also had 94 points in the qualifying. So he is a candidate for this table, 90+. And Dmitry Sherbina does have some problems this far. He's got 83.5 in the first run, which is not really little. This is not a threat, but I think that he can do it better. And we see that there is only one result, which is under 80, and it has been cancelled. That is Anatoly Sherbak. He said it is not a result, and he goes to the health group. Dmitry Sherbina has now collected touch and goes number 2, then touch and go number 3, the most precious of the clips and the scored section of the track. The 3/4 have been taken, and now here's another one, another transition, almost without any handbrakes. There was a little deceleration after the deceleration zone. I wonder what Vladimir Safonov says about it. I would be very interested in studying his score in Sector 3, but generally the run was great. it made a very harmonic impression on me, even though there was so much smoke coming from underneath the blocked front wheel. I remind you that there is nothing left in this car of the initial Toyota Mark II JZ381 construction, because the suspension was initially taken from Nissan Silvia S15. Now this is already a third edition Weiss Fab, which means that the suspension is the same as in a BMW, like E36 or E46 or an E92 McPherson. And this is a real drifting prototype. The speed in the first curve did fall, and I don't want to compare him with anyone, but you can tell that he could have been faster. And Sector 3 was also pretty low, especially the last turn in the second run. We will see it on the right. And in both cases, unfortunately, the finishing speed was far from the desired one. And the first one, it was more obvious and the reason was clear. In the second one, Dmitry did it all correctly, but it didn't save him from losing the speed. We will see how it influences the general outcome. But even if we compare it not to someone, but to Dmitry Sherbina himself, in the first curve, the speed is 8 kilometers per hour lower than in the first run. And the style is -1, -1.5. There is -3 point deduction for the angle in the first sector. So generally, it already makes more than -4. But there is an improvement, and it's quite serious one. This is now 91, and Dmitry is now safe. He is in top 32. Congratulations to himself and his team Avtoban. He jumps on the second line, but Anatoly Kizin is doing his second run. He can totally outperform him because he also has got 91. If his second run is better than 83.5, he will be rated higher. Or who knows, maybe Anatoly Kizin shows even a better result. He is from VS team, and he is beginning his performance. The first attempt is really good. It is 91 points, but he's got some space for improvement. But you shouldn't have missed 2 clips in the first curve. In the second one, slightly too narrow. This is probably the result of a higher speed. He doesn't look very convincing, but on the agenda we've got the third sweep in touch and go 4 and touch and go 5, and the line is narrow again. And touch and go 5, no questions whatsoever, just like touch and go 6. But what happens in the 7 and how relevant is the speed, we will see it later. From here we do not really see it because the car is moving towards the camera. I have to say that this is gonna be competition with Dmitry Sherbina. I really doubt that Anatoly can outperform himself because it's -4 immediately, and collecting 5 more penalty is very easy, especially angle-wise. But, well, as far as Anatoly is concerned, he doesn't have to worry, I think. And as far as the team is concerned, Denis Sarakaput has got 85 points, and he's already in the risk zone. If we get one step back, speaking about Avtoban, Dmitry Sherbina is safe now, but Sergei Sak is not. He's got 82.5 points, and he's already on the bottom of the qualifying protocol, and this is very bothering. Let's be straight. And this strategy based on someone else's failures looks very unsuitable, because we've got Arkady Tseregradtsov, Evgeny Losev, Artem Shabanov, Anton Kozlov. We've got all the favorites, and Maxim Grossman and Georgy Chevchan and the Popov brothers. Oh, wow, this is cool. I understand the cones. And what are the other 3? Are they related to drifting? Okay, there is a kettle or a teacup. It's a reverse teacup. There is a burger. It's a food court, and there is this structure, this is a goose. Does it stand for Grigory Gusev? Gusev is a goose. All right, so if you have any other versions, you are welcome to come up with them. Try to fantasize together with me. 23 for the line. Ouch. You should have missed it like this. 29 for the angle. I wouldn't say that this is a good result either, but 33 for the style. Okay, the style is good. All right, so this makes a total of 85. And locally, in his personal competition with Dmitry Sherbin, Anatoly Kizin is rated higher because they had the same best result, 91. But the second result of Dmitry is 83.5, and Anatoly has got 85. And now this is time, or has it? It's time for redemption, because Anton Dmitrienko hasn't qualified this season yet. But we hope for the better all the time. Anton Dmitrienko is going on his first run. This is initiation. Yes, he used some handbrake after the dotted line. He did. And, of course, our judges saw it. At least 2 clips have been missed by this driver from Irkutsk. And touch and go 3 is also under question. The handbrake here is absolutely inappropriate. And there is more correction. Collect the clips, then the last transition, and yes, he hardly takes touch and go 6 and ignores touch and go 7. So this is a total misfit, maybe misgrip, probably. This is something that you can understand, but this is something you cannot change. You see that something has been done wrong, but you cannot do anything else. Maybe he needed more speed out there. Because he's got the power, he's got the capacity, so he can develop the speed. And I have said it many times on air and offline that if a driver is failing in RDSGP, doesn't mean that this is a bad driver. Anton Dmitrienko, first of all, is a champion of his regional series, Siberian series. And we know that in Siberia, the competition is crazy. Secondly, a drifting car of a 600 or 600 HP and a 900, 1000 HP are 2 different vehicles. And the configurations are also very different. The tracks are different. Many drivers, when asked what changes in between RDS Europe /Open and RDS GP, they say that the difference is the speed. The speed doesn't leave you any chance to react to some factors, so you only run the way it runs. Many people learn drifting in winter, not because our winters are long, but even though it's true, winter drifting, the speed is lower, you've got more time for analysis, and you've got time to think. Winter drifting is also cheaper because the tires don't wear out that fast, and you can gradually accumulate your experience, which is converted into reflexes and into experience, into skill, and then once the skill has developed, you can gradually go to the drier tracks where the speeds are higher. It looks to me like the speed is the same as height in walking on a rope. If your coordination is okay, you can easily walk on a rope at a height of 30 centimeters. But on a height of 30 meters, it feels different. So the same thing happens here. So this is the harvest that he has got. The clips are not really okay, and some wheels outside, and all the other criteria have been greatly violated, and a lot has been peeled off. This is 72.5, the same as Anatoly Sherbak had at the beginning, and this is not enough. You need to improve the line at least, and then look at the opponents, because what are the options you've got? Now the Irkutsk parade, because the next is Evgeny Losev, who is also from Irkutsk. He represents Fresh Racing, Supra A80. 81 is the starting number. Let's go. This is the initiation. Evgeny Losev is running on the configuration. He is missing one of touch and goes number 1. Then he makes a transition and collects 2 touch and goes. Another transition, fixes the angle, works to touch and go number 3, and prepares to encounter number 4. /1/2/2. touch and go 5. Another one, the finalizing one, then he presses the right foot pedal and he does it with great passion. I have a good feeling about it. Yes, I know that one of the touch and goes is missed. It's very likely to have been missed. But starting from touch and go number 3, the transition touch and go 3 and to the finish, it was perhaps the most spectacular of all the runs because it was a very high quality run in all the elements. And in any situation on the screen, I couldn't see any angle corrections. The transition is fantastic. This was dynamic. This was not a dynamic. This was a sharp. The dynamic is from the sharp is from touch and go 5, touch and go 6. What is the difference between the sharp and the dynamic? The dynamic is more controlled, and it is usually done from middle to middle angle. And the sharp transition is sharp because the inertia, the physics, is something you cannot outplay. The car is hard to fix in a medium angle when you do the sharp transition, but it's not impossible, and we have seen this as well. We've seen some really great transitions, both from the speed point of view and the throttle operation point of view, and the stability of smoke. The density of smoke are the criteria that I would possibly introduce. Oh, I like this little doll out here. The puppet guys are playing. Where is another one? Oh, this is the cup guy. That white one is a cup guy. Yes, so the cup guy is choosing where to go. This is an interesting metaphor of fortune. I really love it. We're waiting for the score anyway, and we are crazily, insanely curious. Yeah. Everything is pretty logical. The line is good. The style is also okay. The style, this is the transition that wasn't sharp enough. Yeah, this is what can happen when you neglect the angles. And this is a total of 92.5 with almost a maximum score for the style given to him by Vladimir Safonov. And this is what we have said many times before. From the cameras, you see the angles worse. Nikita Shikov, this is his 12th time here at ADM Raceway. I mean, the official events, and there have been festivals and many other things. He has tried all the possible configurations here on board of various cars like Supras and Altezas. He has tried it all, and now this is a Toyota Supra A90 nicknamed Graza. By the way, his yesterday's accident caused some damages. His rear clutch had to be replaced. The impact was hard, and now let's get serious. This is acceleration, and finally Nikita Shikov collects or doesn't collect a touch and go, but one wheel slips away. But is it raindrop? These raindrops that I see. Nikita Shikov is using the brakes, which I believe is not very desirable here, but still he collects number 4s. And the last transition, and once again he violates the borders of the track, and he doesn't press the throttle on time. You can see some new livery elements. They were removed, now they're back. That's interesting. But is it good news for Nikita Shikov? I hope so. Of course I hope. But I do see some raindrops, definitely. I don't think that these are tears of a cameraman, but I get some news that the rain is really starting. The news comes from Roman Barkov, the director of our broadcast. Too many double pedals sometimes, and here the angle is in deficit. There is more angle is needed. But once again, the weather is changing throughout the run, which is very unpleasant. It can only get worse when a part of your track is dry and the other part is the wet, and when you go through the rain border right on track, it has happened to Petr Baradin once. It was abroad and it caused some very bad impact. He crashed into the wall. Thankfully, the driver was safe. But I guess the track hasn't got wet enough for any change. I think that this is a local rain. I hope that it is blown away by the wind. Let's blow into the sky. We don't want any rain here. I have never seen our meteor radar lie that much, because it shows some clouds, but it shows that they're very far away, somewhere beyond Kaluga and beyond Tula. It's southwest and we're in southeast. But well, whatever. Let's get back to reality. If not these wheel deductions, it would have been much better. And also, this angle penalty, I believe, is also unwanted. But the angle was too little near the finish. So, the result is 84.5 for the first run, and there is another one coming, which means that he's got a chance to improve it. And this far, he is 15th in the qualifying rating. And now, this is the leader of the personal standings, the driver from Carville Racing, Anton Kozlov. He is on board a car that Anton already calls almost a Supra. It's 230 and a 3-liter engine. It used to be 237, but the VR is worse, and with JZ it runs better. At least we see it this season. Now he is doing his first qualifying run. He's got a vice champion title, but he is longing for the championship. Now he's on the top line, and he is now in the sweep, running to touch and go 4, and he has collected all the others. Here he gets touch and go 5, and he presses the throttle pedal, and he finishes the run in a very aggressive manner. If Anton used to make an impression of a bright student, now it's like a steroid-boosted bright student. What can we say about it? Except for the left foot brake. I didn't really want to speak about it. He will be definitely penalized for the angle in the first sector. I wanted to say that it's so square. It looks so square. It really reminds me its geometry. It reminds me of an E30, the Prababka, because that car was also incredibly square. The wheels would stick out in all possible ways. I know the body kit was tuned, it was expanded. Manually, it was done by the father of Anton Kozlov, because Anton and his dad used to make cars in their own shipyard, in their own garage. And this experience worked for the better. Anton comes from Ulyanovsk, so he's got lots of Volgas to do their shipyard works, especially for amateurs. So there's nothing surprising that he's good at it. Yes, on the Meteor radar we have these two little patches with rain, but well, whatever. If it rains, the rain would be short. Of course, it would have been better without. We don't want our qualifying to be spoiled by rains. We've got 4 people in the risky zone. We've got 4 people in the health group, I mean, and we don't want any more. So if the longer the judges think on the score in tandem runs, the greater the OMT chance. Here, the longer they think, the higher the score usually is. So let's watch a replay once more. This moment is really beautiful. I really like it. But I think that the left foot is still working. But this is the body kit. This is the body kit that structures the smoke in such a way. If the left foot was used, it didn't block the front wheels. Because definitely Anton does use this technique. And we know that the patriarchs of drifting are not very content. But this is the time. And this is the time spirit. And look at this. There is an angle penalization and a little style, and we've got a new leader, we've got a new qualifying leader, and this is Anton Kozlov. Yes, 30 for the line maximum, 33.5 for the angle, 34 for the style, which makes a total of 97.5, and the first line of the qualifying rating. Time Up team is upset. Okay, so what can you show us? Please answer. There would be lots of those who would love to. We've got the top drivers ahead. We've got Arkady Tsaregradzov, Artem Shabanov, and Georgy Chevchan, and they come one after another. In group number 7, it would be the top drivers parade. But now we are going to watch Ruslan Arefyev. He has just come from a drag strip, and he just took second place in the Russian Cup in drag racing. Okay, whatever. He is running. He misses touch and go. Ah, wait, this is a full start. A jump start it is. But he's running this far. He misses the clips, but he's running in some way. Touch and go 4 is on the agenda. I'm sorry for this little hesitation, but Ruslan Arefyev is in the 3rd sector. He's pressing the throttle, and he's doing it quite well. He looked pretty well in the 3rd sector. If the entire assignment was sector 3, we would be clapping our hands, but now we do a facepalm, thinking, how can you miss so many clips? But these first 2 sectors ruined it all. Ruslan Arefyev is shifting from one discipline to another, and he also won the 3rd event of Russian Cup. It was all within one weekend, but it doesn't really relate to what is happening here. Ah, yes, he went on the right, on the red light. It is okay in the qualifying. We know an episode when, with 3 false starts, the qualifying run was zeroed. It doesn't make us feel any better. The driver was very young, and one driver once made intentional false start because his car wasn't ready. So he made one jump start, another one, and then he went the right way. So you can do it. Oh, wait. This is a dynamic situation. This is a beer glass. Yeah, cool. And this is a guy wearing an Arabic hat next to a beer glass. You don't really match, I think. But the most mysterious character was the goose. But the second guy from the right is also very mysterious to me. He always has very mysterious characters. First he is a goose, now this is Aladdin. You need a magic carpet and a genie next to you, but this is only beer, which can work as both. The day is long, so guys, don't abuse. We're waiting for the score of Ruslan Arefyev, and we know that this is gonna be very bothering, and it will be more bothering than we expected. But I think he will be somewhere around Anton Dmitrienko, and Anton Dmitrienko will be the next, because this is the end of the first round in this group. And well, we are prepared, we are ready, and for the judges it's very hard to calculate. They don't like making deductions, and they had to do quite a lot. This is cruel, you can see, and also it requires a lot of calculations, a lot of mathematical operations. Minus 17. 17 for the line, 24 for the angle, 29.5 for the style, which is 70.5. 2 points less than Anton Dmitrienko had. So there is a battle for the top line and for the bottom line. Guys, you've got to compete for the top line, not the bottom line. I don't want to see such things. But it didn't really smell like victory. But Ruslan is getting used. He's learning. And I wish that he does. He's got another wild card this season. Besides, he's got RDS Open. Anton Dmitrienko has got to let it go, and he does, and he presses the throttle before the dotted line. This is much better than in the previous run. And now it looks like he figured out the grip thing, and he's collecting both touch and goes. Loses some speed in around touch and go 3, but no line issues whatsoever. The left wheel tried to slip out, but Anton Dmitrienko kept it in. Now he misses touch and go 6, unfortunately, but he takes touch and go 7. And here we should point out, and we will see it on the replays that at first the line was broken, especially in this narrow configuration as ADM Raceway. If it is, it's very hard to get back to it. And Anton Dmitrienko missed some control points, and then everything was shifted to the right if you look at it from the spectator stands. Missing the inner clip, and there was one wheel outside in the first run in curve 3, even though this second turn cannot be really called a sweeper, but whatever. The left rear wheel is undergoing some crazy load, and if we had a different mono wheel, the drivers had to swap the rear tires after the first run because they would just wear out. The wheels wouldn't stand such loads, but with Linglong it has become a little easier. And now we've got some bad news. Alexei Vakhtin, number 42, he's got a technical failure, unfortunately, and this is bad. He used to have some problems on Friday, which was yesterday, and it looks like the problem aggravated. He failed to resolve them, but when you change the nozzles in your engine, it means that something is going wrong. So we've got less drivers, so only 8 drivers will be out. Maybe Sergei Sak just sighed with relief. This is a sort of a guilty pleasure. This is the third time he sighs with reliefs, because before there have been 2 runs that were worse than his, but they still have second chances. Anton Dmitrienko is definitely making progress. You can tell. These are the results. Touch and go 6 was missed, so this is minus 2-point deduction. Angle-wise, nothing surprises me. Minus 2, this is the spell of Mikhail Davidyans. And so, in style, it's great. And this is a total of 88, Anton Dmitrienko. I want to be careful, but still I say congratulations. This looks like the first time Anton Dmitrienko qualifies this season. This is his best qualifying performance this season, this far. And now Evgeny Losev ongoing on his second run. I remind you that he's been doing great except for the angle. In the first run he had 92.5, so this time he's got to do it better. Evgeny Losev and his Supra A80 number 81. He's running towards the scored section of the track, collecting without any questions. Whole touch and goes number 1 and touch and goes number 2. Then transition, yes, here it is. A little correction was there before the clip. But he's already in touch and go 4/2. And another transition to number 5. And finally the last turn here. And of course, there is a lot of smoke because Evgeny Losev is pressing the right pedal. Well, this is a feast for my eyes. I really love what I see here. Yes, this was a gorgeous run, but on the other hand, let us wait for the score and see, because you know that angle judgment requires some live vision. You cannot really see it well through the camera and through the broadcast. But anyway, it looked very dynamic, except for the speed before the transition to touch and go 3. The stability of smoke was really compromised. Maybe a little too much speed at the beginning. But generally, we are used to thinking of speed as an advantage, but sometimes it can be also negative. Drift Dynamics also noticed some corrections in the longest sweeper, the sweeper number 3. There are some very tangible corrections by 15 degrees. Let's be careful. But these emotional runs of Evgeny Losev make my heart beat faster. But Evgeny used to say himself that he can be super precise, but he is not really interested in doing this. He likes the style, he likes the aggression, he likes doing hey and just go for it and enjoy driving. But at the same time, it is worthwhile noticing that this is not bad all the time. So this is the result. So this is -5. There is an improvement. This is only about the angle. It was an absolutely virgin picture. All the squares were empty, and then came Mikhail Davidyans and took that virginity away. I'm sorry, and well, whatever. Those corrections were really there. It's not the villain that wanted to steal something away from him. So Evgeny Losev doesn't get the leadership, but still, he jumps higher. He is now on the 3rd line of the rating, and now we are welcoming Nikita Shikov, who is currently 17th in the protocol. He's from Moscow, and he's the most experienced driver of RDS Grand Prix. In his track record, he has got 91 or 92 events. I guess this is his 92nd. The light goes green, and the Supra A90, nicknamed Groza or the Thunderstorm, is already out there, and it is gaining speed. Nikita is sliding beautifully along the white line, then he makes transition that she go 2, and then Will slips away from the track, and now touch and go 3 is collected. He makes a little correction using the brakes, and here there is a little speed loss. We will check the diagrams later. Now he's already in sector 3, and he is a little late due to overspinning the car to collect touch and go 6. Well, sector 3, just like sector 1, is a little tricky. Sector 1 is the trickiest, but sector 3 comes second. But in the first sector, there was some violation of the track border because the left rear wheel really did slip away. But still, I will leave it to the judges. All right, so what can we say about it? Taking everything into account, taking all the circumstances into account, before the event started, Nikita Shikov faced quite a lot of problems. He had to repair the car, but he is doing pretty well this far. And the run also looks, it looks like he relaxed finally, and he just decided to go for it and to enjoy it, and he showed some good performance. Generally, it was not a critical speed loss, I wouldn't say it was. Because there he fixed the angle and it automatically reduced. I don't see any critical angle variations, but in the diagram you have, I see correction from 43 to 29. But how does the system analyze the angle? I guess it understands the movement vector, because not all the drivers have the same picture. But this movement wasn't smooth. There is a fall, then there is a jump, and then there is the angle shift. So if it was universal, no one would pay attention to this, but we see the diagram of Evgeny Losev, and we can check it out, and we can see that it looks much smoother. Yes, this is the answer. This is the ultimate answer. 2 points deduction for the line, no other sanctions, and the angle is traditionally impeded. This is 9.5 deduction for the angle, and there is 25.5 left out of 35. This is 84, so there is no improvement. And the position of Nikita Shikov is still very unstable. He's 17th, but we've got many more drivers ahead. But Anton Kozlov is someone who wouldn't compromise his position, because from the very first attempt, he said, bye-bye, I go on top. But we've got 12 more participants to go. We've got the health group, And we've got two more drivers who take their second run. And the first would be Anton Kozlov. He had 97.5 for the first run. Carville Racing driver is doing his second run. He presses the throttle before the dotted line, according to the assignment. Then he sharply turns his car at the entrance to touch and go 2. Then there is another transition. He collects the inner clip and he runs to touch and go 4. There are 3 clips with a 4 number in the title. Then there is a transition touch and go 5, another one into touch and go 6. And now he's got to press the throttle as he runs towards the finish. But for some reason, I have a strange feeling that he was better in the first run. A little bit. But here's what I wanted to say. I just recalled one important moment last season that happened to Anton Kozlov. Long before the end of the season, we could see that Anton Kozlov is extending his contract with Carville Racing. And now I look at it and I think that the manager of Carville Racing was so right when he did that. Even though the previous season was not so good for Anton Kozlov, everyone knew the reason. He had some catastrophic performance due to a great number of technical troubles. At first he couldn't figure out the engine things. Then there were some other issues, and it looks like now Anton Kozlov has found the right way of working on this car. The second run is very similar to the first, but would it be the same from the performance point of view? But it looks like this is Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V. This looks like the same, but there is a little bit more smoke in the second run. Would it be more score for the style? It looks like there is more, there is a little more confidence about it. He was literally sliding on the edge of the track. And yesterday the drivers said the same as they watched the practice runs of Anton Kozlov. There is such a big impact made on the driver by his rating position. No one said that he couldn't drive well and then he learned it. Ask his opponents from RDS Europe, RDS Open, ask Alexei Kozlov, ask all those who couldn't win. Everyone could see that it was time for him to go to RDS GP, but without the support of a team it was impossible. But then finally he became a vice champion, and his competition with Gocha lasted until the very last run of the season. But still he hasn't managed to bring it to the maximum. But well, the 2 best runs of the qualifying have been made by the same driver. Now he's got 96.5, so 97.5 is his best result. He's still on the first line, so this is all about Mikhail Davidians. All questions should be asked to Mikhail Davidians. If you want to understand the reason, if you want to understand the difference in between the runs, Mikhail will be happy to explain. Now let's keep our fingers crossed for Ruslan Arefyev. He couldn't do it all in the first run. We hope that he does it now. He's got to pull the line together. He's a wild carder. He's a regular RDS Open driver this season. He is driving his BMW E92. 12 is a lucky number. It's interesting that no one has taken it before. But now Ruslan Arefyev is now running on the qualifying track. Oh, wow, he's missing touch and go. There are some wheels out. But now let's break in the third sweeper, the long one. A transition to touch and go 5. Then there is another one into touch and go 6. And on, well, still the finish is controlled. Thank God. In the first round, there were lots of line penalties. It looks like this time there should be less. But at least twice he has been outside the track. One is 100%. The second is under doubt. Lots of expensive points have been missed. He's on the edge, on the very edge. But no, the tire was still on the line, I think. thanks to the low pressure, thanks to the line profile, thanks for its being twisted this way, and well, you cannot avoid a penalty in any way. That straight angle that is made by the line board and the finishing line, right before that straight angle, one wheel just slipped away. But now we are comparing the two runs performed by Ruslan Arefyev. And here we should remark that in this situation it's better to go wider than to go narrower in the first curve. If we ever have any extra penalties, double penalty zones, here we don't have them. So you can have a wheel outside in the first run, and you can go like this through the entire configuration. It would be only 2 points penalty. But if the wheel slips twice, it's much worse. And it's better than missing the control points. And he would also get a penalty for a speed deficit. Yesterday, Ruslan was faster during the practice. So what happened to him? This is the guy who is a candidate of sports in drag racing, but he cannot get enough speed in drifting. But okay, let's leave this irony away. His speed was so low that he was almost outside. This is a lot about the vector. And touch and go 2 has been missed. We saw it. There are 2 expensive zones going one after another, and the wheel was outside 3 times. So it's not very much better line-wise, and the total result is 77. So there is quite a big improvement, but he is still 22nd in the qualifying protocol, and the hope is very weak. And this is Group 6 coming up. And it will be opened by Grigory Gusev, last season's winner of RDS Europe. He represents local racing drift team on board his new car, Supra A90, that he has been trying to tame. But the progress is obvious. We will see what he can do in this qualifying attempt. Grigory Gusev is running to the first curve, but one wheel still slipped away. Touch and go 3 with no questions. And one wheel is outside again. Grigory Gusev, in the meanwhile, is collecting the 3-4s, and then he takes the 5 and makes the transition to touch and go 6, and finishes with quite thin smoke. It looks like we need some more confidence, or maybe this is a short reduction, and maybe this is why the wheel speed, the wheel revolution rate is too low, and it can be the reason. This is why I paid so much attention to the last sector, but if we compare it to the run of Anton Kozlov, which we can take as a reference, there is much less smoke than Anton had. But I think that the reason is the reduction. And this made the wheel revolution rate so slow, because the low reduction allows you to go with more precision. Because when your speed is spinning too fast, there is a lot of smoke, but A, it doesn't always give you extra speed because the wheel overheats. And secondly, you may have some accuracy deficit. But compared to what I've seen before in the performance of Grigory Gusev, I would probably point out the angle control. Griha is getting more careful with his poor little Supra after the E92, which is one of the longest drifting cars. And this is something that allows him to show more control. And generally, Grigory Gusev looks kind of more precise overall. There is such a thing that I noticed, because it's hard to overcome yourself. And Grigory never denied it, that he is used to being braver with his E92. But generally the situation doesn't look that tragic. There is some deduction for the style and for the angle, and half a point in each sector he loses in this criterion. But generally the run is good. This is 89 points. But once again, we should be careful, but I think that he is almost in top 32. But on the border of 90 points, we are going to have a huge crowd of participants. Because until the former rookies, the Popov brothers, and Vladislav is now there, regardless of his little experience, Vladislav Popov has got one qualifying victory already, and he's got one event victory already. And now Vladislav Popov from Likara Держими Motorsport is in the first sector. He collects all touch and goes number 1, and he takes both twos. And now it's time to collect touch and go number 3. It may be not as sharp as Losev did, but it looks very confident. And now in the meanwhile, Vlad is fighting with his car in the long third sweeper. And now touch and go 5 is under a big question after quite a good and cheerful beginning. Sector number 3 makes a strange impression on me. But this is the way it can happen. Sector number 3 is a very tricky one. And it means that somewhere there are some bottlenecks. But once again, if the assignment is too simple to fulfill, it would be impossible to judge. Everyone will be equally cool. And how can we determine who deserves this victory more if everyone is the same? But generally, our championship has got very high-level drivers, and the average level is extremely high. This is why the judges have to use some tricks in the assignment. But what can be said if a 2-time winner of the Intercontinental Cup and 4-time winner of RDSGP is somewhere in the second 10? This means that our level is getting very high. It's not Gocha who is driving worse now. These are the details. These are the difficulties of the assignment that make it so challenging. You've got to be maximum precise. And now Vladislav Popov was very close to the maximum, I guess. But if you can tell that this is not the best run, but now it looks better. Okay, so let us not play guesses. Let's just wait for the score from the judges. And now, touch and go 5, -3. Yes, this is where he missed it. 27 for the line. Now, angle, there are some questions, but this is a 31.5. And the style, -1.5 points taken away by Vladimir Safonov. The most serious penalties usually happen in Sector 3. But nevertheless, the result is more than decent. It's 92 points. He is 8th in the rating. The twin brother will be closing the program. And Vladislav Popov has got one victory, and it is here in this configuration. And back then he overcame his master, his teacher, Arkady Tseregradsev. Now Anton Klimko, who is the leader in the drivers who don't have teams. He's got lots of chances to correct his mistakes in Sector 1. He is now running towards touch and go 4. And this is 1, 2, and 3. Touch and go 5, no questions whatsoever. And he is now pushing into the white line and works through the last curve. I wonder why is the filter looking out from this hood. Looks like a dog's nose. As I watched him in the practice sessions, it looked to me like Anton Klimko just doesn't like ADM Raceway, because he doesn't really look like himself. His best result here last year was 90 points, and he was 17th in the rating. And this has been his best result this far. Also in Carville Racing, he has climbed to some more serious positions. But it looks like he's just being unlucky, at least compared to St. Petersburg and Nizhny Novgorod and Moscow Raceway. If not the fuel pump, the bloody fuel pump, he could have done it even better. But now it looks like Anton Klimko is doing too much. You know, trying too hard. He's pressing the brakes. He is letting the throttle go. He is releasing the throttle, and it all comes together in a way that is not really desirable. It doesn't give me impression of a one whole run. It breaks the integrity. I hope that I am deceived by my impressions, first of all, and secondly, I hope that he can make a better second run. Well, Damir is the best, you say. The fact is that Damir is the best in the qualifyings. In RDSGP, he has got 11 victories this far. He's got 3 qualifyings for 100 points. So Damir is the best in a way. But at this event, he's got to prove it yet. We can't wait to see him, but while we've got some little break, let's get back to Ilya. We'll see him much later. First of all, really, Vladislav Popov won Arkady Sergrazov on the reverse configuration of Moscow Raceway. And 1 year ago here, he won the qualifying, and the weather was very serious when the race had to be stopped. There was a huge rain, and we remember it all, and we have spoken to everyone. We've had lots of interviews, and finally the rain stopped and we managed to continue. And this is the score. Everything is very bad in the angle, but generally it looks safe. Let's put it this way. Anton Klimko is safe. He's got 87.5, so it's more likely to be safe. He is currently 15th. So speaking about the last year's event, it was even suggested that the race is terminated and the drivers get their positions automatically, but the drivers said that they don't want to stop it, and they were rewarded. Damir Idiatulin is coming out on his first run. Number 9 on the windshield of the Supra A80, and here he runs. He shoots from the dotted line, even through the cameras you can see it. And then he makes the transition to touch and go 2, collects the number 2s. Now he fixes the angle, collects touch and go number 3, and then he runs into the long sweeper number 4. Even the drone can hardly keep up. Then he makes a transition touch and go 5, almost breaking the line of the track, and then he finishes. So it looks like he has found a mutual language with the new engine. He was quite good at with the old one, but would it be Damir or Anton? But Damir has another run to do. But this is a very good run, but I would be interested in seeing the initiation. There are some overloads that can affect the expansion of the cooling liquid in the tank. It would be simply squeezed around the walls. And this is why I really want to see the initiation, because there is one technique that Damir used, and it can be the key in the entire picture of this qualifying round. So yes, I'm right. Damir just applied a very interesting technique. He rocked his wheel towards the drifting direction to prevent the angle correction. This is the technique that he just used, and this is very hard to see, but I think this is one of the reasons why the angle remained the same. Yes, there was some correction. It was like 1.5 or 2 degrees, but this is not 11 anyway. This is less than 11, and 11 is probably the threshold that was mentioned by Mikhail Davidyants as a reason for a serious penalty. Damir's angle diagram is almost perfect. I guess only Damir's speed diagram can be compared to it. that 90-meter sweeper that we always look at. This is probably not the most picturesque place in the universe, but this is the way our camera is located. And this is from 4/1 to 4/3. The distance is 90 meters. And the sweeper is slightly longer. If you count from the inner clip, it is 160 meters. It's almost twice longer. We used to have a one big OZ out there, and it used to be the longest OZ in the history of the universe. But now it's just laden with some touch and goes. And it is almost a U-turn. You've got to turn your car in the opposite direction. And we've got the score. And this is the second best result of Anton Kozlov. I mean, score-wise, this is 96.5 this far. 30 out of 30 for the line. 31.5 for the angle and maximum for the style. Yes, 96.5 is the score of Damir Idiatulin. So, well, there is a lot of suspense because there is still some gap. This is 1 point, but he's got another run to do, and we know what Damir can do. We know how he can improve. In this sense, Damir is a very interesting driver, in the sense that he knows how to add some more when it's required. Sometimes it ends up with some mistakes, but not necessarily. But 96.5 is a safe zone. It is a guarantee of being in the next round. And now Artem Leitis from Carville Racing, number 45 and SX, driven by this driver from Sortavala, Karelia. The first sweeper was really complicated. I wouldn't keep it a secret. And now touch and go 3, a little bit of brakes, and touch and go 4. He begins collecting these touch and goes, and he does take all the 3. The line is slightly interesting, maybe not the best, but formally it complies with the assignment. And the third sector is nice and rhythmic. By the way, he's the only in Carville Racing who hasn't qualified once, and it was in St. Petersburg at home. St. Petersburg track is very close to Karelia. This is the nearest autodrome to the home of Artem Leitis. Artem Leitis is the most experienced driver of Carville Racing. He started drifting in 2017. And Ivan Palmin started seriously drifting in 2021. But before that, he had a period of winter fun, let's put it this way. But yes, Artem Leitis came to RDS-GP later than others, simultaneously with Ivan Palmin. But Artem Leitis is not really super regular in RDS Europe as well. I think on the last season he joined us for the entire year. He was in the team where he was together with Dmitry Sherbina. And he also appeared in RDS-GP with Wildcard. And it was such an impressive appearance of Predator Drift team that they stole the thunder of all the other Wildcarders and rookies. We don't have such situations frequently when you have a whole team that comes with a wild card and they jumped on the podium at the same time. This is the score of Artem Leitis. He loses 2 points in touch and go 1 for the line. And then there is a whole bunch of penalties for the angle and the style. In the first curve, he had lots of troubles. You could see it with the naked eye. But this is not a bad score either. 28, 27, 30. And this is 85. He's 22nd currently. Predator Drift team and that event in St. Petersburg. If we get back there, this is the official birthday of Predator Drift team because they came together for that event. And since then, they have been together. And now the second run of Grigory Gusev, who first showed us 89 points, and he is only 12th at this moment. You've got to get a 90 plus. Without the 90 plus, you're out. And now Grigory Gusev, who is now standing on the edge of the 90 points, he can step over this limit, and we wish he does. He steps on the right pedal and he gets closer to the white line, collecting both touch and goes number 2. Then he makes the transition, takes number 3. And then there is that long curve, 1.5 meters long. But he leaves a little safe margin. And this is the third sector, and this is quite good. The first one wasn't bad either. Let's now see the replay and wait for the score from the judges. It feels so new when your rear wheel is so close to the bottom of your rear. Well, if I could put it correctly. Because once I had to drive such a car, and the first 90-degree turn, it feels like you're operating a motorboat, not a car. And it looks like a smart. I had similar impression from the car of Andreas Stapov back when he had a Lexus IS, and when he experimented with the position of the driver. His seat was shifted rear ways. Daiga Saito used to sit the same way, and also Andrei decided to still move closer because the pendulum was crazy. His vestibular apparatus was going crazy. Every transition in such position feels sharper than it actually is. You can get used to it, but it's hard to tell why would you, because you can finally get seated properly. And if it was, if he was tall, like one guy in Lukoil Racing Drift, you've got some taller guys in Lukoil Racing Drift team. One of them is a manager, you know, this Konstantin. If you are taller, then it's needed, and you have to make such tricks. But Daiga Saito is also not the tallest guy on earth. He is quite short, but you couldn't really see him behind the stand of his mark. It was in 2019, I guess. And he was closer to championship, but finally he failed. Grigory Gusev is getting some penalty for the angle. There is some penalty for the style. And there is also half a point penalty in sector 2. In sector 3, he had a stepwise transition and a medium angle instead of a big one. But still, this is 91.5. There is an improvement, and he's currently 10th in the rating. So he pushes Dmitry Sherbin and Anatoly Kizin down in the table, and he raises higher. But from places 1 to 16, you can feel comfortable. You can choose your lane. But in the meanwhile, we move to the driver who is now 9th. Vladislav Popov from Likar Держимый Motorsport. He's got 92 points. And this is a little better than Grigory Gusev recently had. And he's got one more attempt to do. And he is already doing this. This is transition number 1, not the most dynamic ever. And there is also one wheel outside, but still he gets back as he continues moving, and he finishes his second sector, collecting touch and go 4, transition into touch and go 5, and here's another one, and he's got to press it, which he does, and he finishes without crossing the track borders. This is not the most typical place for sleeping out because it's a little muddy out there. But still, one wheel was on the asphalt. We remember that the differential is absent. But there is another thing that matters. I hope it doesn't influence the style score, because then he would have to climb out from this polished concrete trap. And it could really influence the dynamics of everything that is happening out there. Even though you cannot say that there was less smoke or less speed, he was just running in the same way. But yes, one wheel was outside. It would be -2 deduction for the line, and that's it. It is very interesting that his visor is yellow. For this weather, this is a perfect choice. You can see the lines better. It is like seeing it all in HP. full HD. I'm sorry. It makes it easier for the eyes. It's really great. If you have ever raced in bad weather or in mist, sometimes this yellow filter can save your life. And speaking about Vladislav Popov, even though he did have one wheel outside, he didn't really do anything bad to the speed. And I compared his speed to Damir Idiatulin's, just because it was closer. I just see all the data in a list, and Damir really looked like a very dynamic driver, a very fast one. And if you imagine a virtual tandem run of Damir and Vladislav, you could tell that their speed was more or less the same. Even though in terms of the angles, there are some differences. But wow, well, the only thing is the line. There is a two-wheel deduction for the wheel. But the angle, look at the angle, 22.5 out of 35. This is an injection of mercy. And style-wise, there is some reduction. 28, 22.5, 22.5. And this is 93. There is an improvement. He is now 8th. These are two high-quality qualifying runs demonstrated by Vladislav Popov. Congratulations. So he outperforms Ivan Palmin by his second run. And but not Timofey Dobrovolsky. Timofey had 93 and 92 as well. And you have to introduce extra criteria, but let judges do it. And now we watch the run of Anton Klimko, who was wiggling from side to side as he was gaining speed. He was even a little bit late with the throttle after the Furidashi, but he has emitted a crazy amount of smoke into the atmosphere, collecting touch and go 2. Not the fastest transition ever. Evgeny Losev wouldn't say well done for that, and you know that Evgeny Losev is his teacher. And then he collects touch and goes 4, but not all of them. And then he runs through the last curve, and here he even has some. And this last one, the last transition that he did outside the track was even better than the one he did in. I think he still took touch and go 4/3, at least I hope he did. But this run, to my mind, was much more confident, much more secure, and much more concentrated than the previous one. There was no suffering in the first sector. There was no suffering at all whatsoever. There was some sort of bliss. You could tell that he was enjoying the process. And in this state, he usually shows the best performance. His best qualifying was here. It was last year. It was 90 points. But it was only 17th line of the rating. Now he's 16th. And typically, first of all, the run-in was almost the same. The speed was slightly above 140 kilometers per hour. But in the second run, he managed not to do a correction after the Furidashi. And it immediately improves the entire impression of the first sector. So I believe that in the first sector he managed to correct everything. And if you take a look at the diagrams, then there is some nice integrity that you can observe. I wonder what the judges think about it. There are some questions about the precision of the transition, especially touch and go 3. Yes, this is not a 100-point run, but this is very cool. Yes, it totally is. It's a 90+. Congratulations to Anton Klimko. This is his best qualifying at ADM Raceway. The spell has been broken. 30 for the line, 30.5 for the angle, and 32.5 for the style, which makes a total of 93 points. Anton Klimko rises to the 10th line of the rating. So now to get to top 10, you need a score of over 93 points, and this is just the beginning because it is going to be even more intensive. We make a digest of the top 10 of the qualifyings. I wonder which one would be number 10. maybe 95, I guess. We've had 5 by 95 in Krasnoyarsk. Damir Idiatulian, this is the one who we really expect to make an improvement. The driver, fresh racing, and storming into the squad section of the track, collecting the 3 touch and goes number 1. And then the second curve is just as good as the first one, another fixation. Wow, he hardly catches touch and go 3. Maybe there has been too much speed in there. He takes touch and goes number 4, all the 3 of them. And the final sector, and here he presses the throttle and he takes touch and go number 7. This speed has been pretty high. Now let us compare what we see with the graphs. And I wonder who we can compare Damir with. Maybe the handbrake in touch and go before the transition wasn't really necessary. But this is something to go to Anton Kozlov's Hall of Fame. Also, the 2 diagrams are almost the same. It looks a little robotized. The only thing is that it causes a lot of emotion in me. He still looks very emotional. This is something like James Dean style. You know that he has been nicknamed as the Machine. He had 2 97-point runs in Krasnoyarsk. And here is another interesting thing. Everyone prepares their cars for this finishing part in a different way. And here we could see the way Damir Idiatulian switched down at the end of curve number 3. This is probably one of the most popular techniques to do something invisible, to reduce the speed, to reduce the pace. Because at the end there was one very little but sharp turn where on gear 3 it is hard to go, it's hard to fit in, but you may have not enough torque. But if we recall the long stroke engine, the volume also increases due to the piston stroke. And the theory says that there are thousands of factors that can influence it, but nevertheless, in some configurations, you can do it to save 1 gear shift, which is quite a lot because your transmission can also play tricks on you. Secondly, any gear shift is a power brake. Hello, everyone. I say hello to our audience while the judges are thinking. Aha, yeah, we've got some fans of Predator Drift Team. This is a full merch kit. I really love these hand warmers. I have used them at the first event of RDS GP at Moscow Raceway. This was perfect weather for these hand things. Yes, now the judges are thinking, and they've got things to think over. I wonder if our main angle specialist is looking for the reasons, to make a deduction. Artyom is making a little warm-up. He had 85 points in the first run. At the moment, this brings him to the 21st line of the rating, which is the repetition of Denis Sarakaput's result. But Denis Sarakaput doesn't have any other runs to do, so because his car was against. And the next group is coming, and we've got a new leader of the qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, this is 98 points out of 100. Damir Idiatulian. He breaks in the top of the rating. Yes. He aims at his 12th qualifying victory, isn't he? But we've got more people who wouldn't probably agree with such a situation, and we've got at least 8 plus 4, so we've got at least 12 more people, or 13 together with Artyom Leitz in his second run, by the way. Moreover, he does need an improvement, indeed. We know that we cannot speak about getting to the threshold, but it's not getting any easier. Artyom Leitis and his initiation. His second qualifying run, he represents Carville Racing, and he hardly holds on to the track. Then he collects 2 touch and goes number 2. Then he makes a transition, and there are some little angle variations right before touch and go number 3. But in the meanwhile, Artyom Leitis is running through this 150 smoky meters from touch and go number 4. The last transition, step on the throttle pedal and let it go, then press it once again. And it kind smothers the entire finishing impression. I hope the wheel was not in the no-go zone out there, because if it was, it can really spoil many things, because an impression is one thing, and the impression is positive. It is very sound, I would call it this way, starting from the very first curve and the very beginning. From the very beginning, it ran quite smoothly. You could feel this charge, you could feel this energy. There were some little flaws, especially if you look attentively and listen to the engine sound. The spectators hear it very well from the stands. This is all literally happening in their ears. Because the style, you may be probably surprised, but the style is also related to the engine sound. Because the sound of the engine gives away all the actions of the driver. It's not even about the beauty, even though there are lots of JZs and the spectral color, the spectral sound is different. It depends on the turbocharger, on the valves and everything. There is an entire universe inside the JZ. And at the end, Artyom Leitis was so passionate. You could feel so much passion and so much good vibes. But what we hardly see on air are the people who renew our lines. So we are gonna have a little break, I guess. And this is -4 for the line, -2 for the wheels. One wheel was outside, so I was correct. This is 24 for the line, 27.5 for the angle, and 33 for the style. Well, yes, the style was okay. You could see it very well. So now let's draw the conclusions. This is 84.5, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I'm not. This is 84.5, but this is 19th place. And Artyom outperforms 2 Denises, Denis Saragaput and Denis Smigal. And he loses half a point to Vladislav Yerofeev. But we've got quite a lot of participants who haven't done their qualifying run, so everything might change many times. Near that threshold, I guess the record is about to be broken. The threshold is going to be higher than usual. This will be about the stability, but we will speak about it a little later after our commercial break.
Привез вам показать карету короля дальних земель.
Пробег от дворца до дворца. Не бита, не крашена.
На нее даже ни разу не
А
нападали.
это мы сейчас и узнаем в бесплатном отчете. Свяжись с продавцом.
Получите бесплатный отчет о машине, связавшись с продавцом. Автору. История авто бесплатно.
Читайте в июльском номере журнала «Пятое колесо». Почему на первом современном российском кроссовере нет полного привода? Как российские производители разгадали секрет финских шинников? Какой паркетник китайцы разработали специально для России и зачем? Журнал «Пятое колесо». Свежий номер уже в продаже. 16+.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
GP — это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Мы дрифтеры.
Take it easy on him.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
Ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как это возможно?
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит. Это автоспорт, детка.
За что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск. Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier.
Вообще поговорим, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Get your blood pumping.
Мы — команда, которая не боится перемен и готова идти на риск. Мы не просто едем, мы диктуем ритм гонки. Мы тайм-ап. Мы больше, чем гоночная команда. И наше время не просто наступило. Наше время сейчас.
Touch my seat. Niggas out there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. You don't like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flat.
Up on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. The music I kiss, you might fall out.
Но в любом случае, ты когда приезжаешь на соревнования, ты хочешь победить.
За 5 минут мы хоть что-то можем сделать? Или я пойду сейчас бить козлом? Не, вот этого не надо.
We're back on air. This is still ADM Raceway, and this is still qualifying on the fourth event of RDS Grand Prix 2025. We cannot say that our qualifying is the most productive ever as far as the average score is concerned, but it looks like this is where we're going. because everything is running pretty well. At the moment, the lowest score is 77. The next one is 82.5, and this is Sergei Sak. Now, Andrei Astapov from Lukoil Racing Drift team is coming. This is the driver who at first had a broken reductor. His winters was replaced. Then he had an engine problem, and the pistons hit the valves in cylinders 5 and 6, and unfortunately engine had to be replaced. And now here he is. He's from Yekaterinburg. He previously used to drive Lexus IS, and a couple of years ago he changed for a BMW E92. And here it is. The light goes green. Andrei Astapov from Lukoil Racing Drift team, his first run. We've seen such wiggling of Anton Klimko, which preceded his performance improvement. And here we go and go and go. Here's the first transition. Wow, it looked a little bothering at some moment. Then he collected both twos, just like touching go 3, even though there were some questions to the angle. We will see the score given to him by Mikhail Davidyants. And now he collects the 3 4s and also the 5 as he runs towards the last turn and crosses the finishing line. I have a feeling that Andrei performs better in harder events. I mean, the events that are harder for him. This is his character. And as far as the wiggling at the running is concerned, it is easy to explain. It is explained by the suspension setup. 2 right turns require some support, and so the left rear wheel is usually slightly closed. So when you're going straight and your left wheel is looking a little inside the arc, inside the arch, when you open the throttle, the car shifts because the wheels are trying to stand in parallel, and it wiggles. You've got to apply some steering, and this is not the only car that does like this. The forward cars used to do it like this all the time, and the speed seemed crazy, but in fact it was only 140. So he complies with the standard, but just that, not more than that. Here the judges would not scold him for that, because Andrei Astapov did everything to reach the standard. Commitment-wise, it looked quite solid. It was a nice run. Regardless of all his adventures that he has had, Andrei loves this track, but he has had adventures everywhere. Adventure is his second name. It only stopped not so long ago. Before that, every season would be filled with wheels falling off or engines that caught on fire. Everything would be always done last minute. But Andrei would show us a crazy optimism, invincible optimism, and this is the reason why he's got so many fans. And then in the team, in Lukoil Racing Drift team, all these things stopped, and now he is more stable technically. There is a little penalty for the style and some angle deductions in sectors 1, 2 and 3, which gives him quite a good score as a result. 30, 30 and 33.5. This is 33.5, and he's currently 7th in the rating. But still, also, Andrei Astapov was the first one in RDSGP to roll over. And that was the last song of Lexus. I believe this is the most favorite trailer of all our directors. And this is the recent winner of the Siberian Derby at RDS Fest. A driver of Likar Одержимый Motorsport, Arkady Tseregradzev, and his 2Js at Nissan 370Z, the first winner of RDS Family Cup, together with his son. Arkady Tseregradzev is doing a run-in, and then no more handbrake, only throttle. I hope he doesn't miss touch and go 1/3, and also one touch and go number 2 is under question, but he is going into the long curve, a long and smoky curve. Then transition to touch and go 5, a great top shot. And now the last sweeper towards the finish. Let's see what happened in the first sector. I want to understand what he just did out there. Here it was all right. Here the car started pushing away, and it did push. Yeah, this is the rear wise fob and the magic it can work. There are some angle reductions in every sweeper. And the first one, the angle significantly reduced. And the same happened in the second one, where the angle also reduced. But we should remark that visually, the car is fast. It has got the grip. And I guess this is the reason why the car has got these line difficulties. It is pushing away from the edge of the track. Why the angle varies like this, I don't know. This is a technique that Damir Yatulin used. He shifts the gear down before the third sector. But this is quite a popular thing to do, to be done by our drivers. This is a good working instrument. There was a crazy correction in near touch and go 2. He corrected from 55 to 24 degrees, followed by some swinging before the transition. So Mikhail Davidians will definitely not be happy, but the initiation angle is 46.5. If 11 degrees is a big correction in the world of Mikhail Davidians, this is 20 plus. What is this? Oh, in a correction, it's a giant correction. Yes, it really did look somehow funny, but I think that after the first run he will do a follow-up. It can always be explained by the tires. He misses touch and go 1/3, and in the angle, yes, you can see sector 1, the long sector 1, all those touch and goes 1 and touch and goes 2 belong to sector 1. And it lasts for 444 meters. This is 90.5 points, and he is only 15th at the moment. The 90-plus club is over field weight. We would need to empty this table, so go to the bar and wait there. Your result is too far from Damir Yatulin. But now the largest 90-plus club was at our first event. There were 19 people. And now here's another candidate who can come in and say, hi, I'm on the list. The defending champion of RZSGP, Artem Shabanov from Time Up, who is doing his first run. He opens the throttle and runs into the first sector. The sun is coming out. Wow, that's Shabanov, says the sun. And now the line looks amazing in the second sweeper. He beautifully collects touch and go number 3, and he is in touch and go number 4, and he takes all the 3 of them, and now the double transition. Artem Shabanov opens the throttle. It looked like there was a little handbrake pull right before the straightening towards the finish. By straightening, I mean that the track straightens out, not the vehicle. All right, this is okay. I wouldn't say there is nothing bad in this little move, but this little move can entail some serious angle deductions, because this is an attempt to keep the medium angle. And while we're looking at Artem Shabanov, you may be hungry. So I want to remind you that you can already order your meal using Yandex Food Service. You can order it right to the Spectators stands. Open your application and then you follow the instructions, and a guy with a yellow box will bring you your meal. Moreover, don't forget about the lounge zone of Yandex Food, which is also available, where you can have a good time without missing anything that is happening on track, because they have a TV and they've got everything there. They've got a great design. Their copywriters get their money for a reason. And now I remind you of Level Kitchen, our official healthy kitchen, a brand of healthy food. If you are hungry, our friends from Level Kitchen have got a whole full food truck. And it is available on the food court. The official sponsor is IMOL, premium class motor oil manufacturer, and the general sponsor is VTB Bank, PJC. We're waiting for the score of Artyom Shabanov. It is not the worst run ever, you can tell, and I wonder how good it actually is. It's great that the sun is coming out and the people are smiling. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. And what happens if you try to compare the diagram of Artyom Shabanov and the diagram of Damir Diaturin? I guess there should be something interesting. And moreover, the judges are ready with the score. We will see them very soon. Here they are. And guess who spoils the picture? Minus 5.5 for the angle in all the three sectors. And he doesn't have any other penalties whatsoever. So I can say that his result is 94.5, and we will see his rating very soon. I think, yes, this is he's sixth, standing next to Kirill Matskevich at the moment. The time-up team is very compact, they're very close to each other, and now the vice champion of what? The vice champion of Siberian Derby at RDS Fest. And just in case, 4-time champion of RDS-GP, 2-time winner of the FIA Intercontinental Drifting Cup and the winner of RDS Siberia. And yeah, so the most decorated driver of our series, Georgy Chevchan, and his Z built by Forward Auto number 31. And quite a strange initiation, but immediately he presses the throttle pedal, and he has already passed the touch and go number 2, touch and go number 3, and now here comes the super long sweeper performed by the 4-time champion of RDS-GP. He collects all the fours, and now he has got to jump into this touch and go number 6, making our hearts beat a little faster, but the situation is under control. And who ruins the entire first sector? You know that. The driver of Takayama Fobudota. Or maybe he didn't really ruin it that badly. And there was that coming out that this is a new time and new techniques are allowed. If even Evgeny Losev does it, well, you've got to do it. Without this technique, you cannot win. New time, new reality. And speaking about pedal to the metal, I guess this is okay. Wherever you press it, there the metal is, even if you go upward, doesn't matter anymore. So the run is very expressive with the gorgeous brand mark transitions, especially the last one from touch and go 5 to touch and go 6. He literally threw his car into the transition. It looked well. Here, yeah, there was some double hand brake, but it was before the dotted line anyway. I wonder what Vladimir Safonov can say about it. Maybe he takes half a point away. If you are interested in the combination of diagrams, then I could probably say that both Artyom Shabanov and Georgy Chevchan and Damir Diaturin are very close to each other in terms of speed. They're not absolutely identical, but the diagrams are surprisingly similar to each other, which means that if you had any plans for tomorrow, cancel everything, because you've got to see the tandem runs. I don't know what the combinations would be, because this is all up to the fortune and the top 32 bracket, but in any combination they would look exciting. I guarantee, no matter what the weather is. Of course I would love to see it on a dry asphalt, and today I guess the sky has been kind to us. And this is 1.5 point deduction for the style and minus 2.5 for the angle. In the third sector, this is half a point for the angle and 1.5 for the style. But this is still a 90 plus. I guess we will have a 90 plus parade, definitely. And this is a total of 94. He's 8th in the rating this far. So he's moving Andreas Stavov down. But I really love watching the battle for the top lines, not for the bottom lines. Here's another candidate, the best driver of Takayama Fobudota this far, Roman Tivadar. He had a very sound beginning of the season. Then everything got a little worse, but I hope that this eclipse is finally over. Here, Roman Tivadar was second in the 2021. This final with Evgeny Losev with one more times and everything. Roman Tivadar and his S15, a new front suspension designed by Forward Order team. And now he is initiating. It is a little smooth, but it doesn't have to be very sharp anyway. But the transition has to be sharper here. I don't recognize Roma because he likes sharp transitions. And oh, he misses touch and go 3. That is so sad to see. And he breaks in touch and go number 4. Here he takes all the 3. And another transition. Wow! And no, this is a 0. I was almost sure that he can get out of there, but what can I say? Probably this iteration of Forward Racing S15 tends to spin around. It has got a lot of grip on the front axle, and this is why such smooth transitions are better for it. And it's hard to do the transition when it has a lot of grip on the front wheels. It tends to spin, and this is exactly what happens. And this is Danilo Vorobyov. We have seen him in a t-shirt, we have seen him in a cockpit, now we see him outside. He's standing next to Igor Azorin, the spot of Roman Tivadar. Igor has done a very important thing. He has been doing a judgment at Start Pro Stars IMO Challenge at RDS Fest. And once again, I feel sorry for everyone who hasn't seen it. I'm not speaking about the broadcast, I mean the vibes of that festival. And why I say so, RDS Fest will be definitely held next year, but the first one cannot be repeated. Moreover, it will get more popular, there will be more people. And as a sociophobic people, I love it when there are less people. And lots of people said that there was no crowd, but you didn't feel lonely there. And there was a very long line for an autograph of Georgy Chevchan, but you still had a chance to get there. And Georgy Chevchan was giving out autographs until the very end, so everyone got it. Igor Azorin is also a driver of RDS Open, and there Roman Tivadar is his spotter in reverse. So this is an interesting symbiosis, and it all started with the invitation of Roman Tivadar to St. Petersburg for winter drifting, and everything came together and they hit it off. I think winter drifting is a very good thing to do. Last year's winter drifting wasn't really winter, there wasn't much snow. Hello everyone, good morning and good night. I hope you know when to wake up, I hope you know who you came here for. But judging by your cap, I think you have seen it all. Alright, it's okay, you're not missing anything. One of them is still the leader of the qualifying, but no, there is also Anatoly Sherbak, yes. Because he is taking the number of pressurizing drivers to the maximum. And now Andrei Astapov is going to do his second run. He is gonna get his 8th place because Georgy Chevchan just took it away from him. He is driving a BMW 92. In the first run, he demonstrated a 93.5 points result, which is pretty good, but we know that Andrei can do it better. We're absolutely sure. He is a driver of Lukoil Racing Drift team, and he's doing his second team. The E92 is starting its run, and together with Andrei, we are running to the 165 meters of run-in to break in the first curve, and now he starts collecting the first clips. He takes all the 3 ones, and now touch and go 2, also 2 out of 2, amazing transition, touch and go 3, yes, check. Now the long 160 meter sweeper, and this is where touch and go 4 began, and he takes the full set, sector number 3, the one that has spoiled the picture for some of the drivers and even zeroed the performance of someone. And I would like to get some answers about the last touch and go, but generally I guess it is obvious for Andrei Astapov as well. I just watched the car on the track, and I don't know whether it's about the body kit or it's just about me. I was thinking, it is so long, it is so big. First of all, there is a big long tail behind. There's that front splitter that looks the car look longer, and the chassis are very far apart, and the driver is sitting in the middle of the car. This is looks like that from outside, and it enables him to do very sharp transitions, because the longer the car, the more stable it is in sharp transitions. And there's also about the ratio of the length to the width. So you need to read books by Carol Smith. It explains it all. Now let's compare the two runs. They're almost identical at the initiation. In the second run, they didn't touch the curb, and it was the right thing to do, because the second run looks more dynamic in this part. Then there is a transition. It looks like he started running faster. Also, you could see that the two places started moving simultaneously. In the second run, he's running ahead of himself. Or maybe this is some TV kind of thing, because the graphics, the diagrams show that the speed was the same. As far as the corrections are concerned, especially in the longest of the sweepers, where touch and go 4 is concentrated, in the first run he looked a little bit more precise. I wonder if it can change his score in any way. I wonder if there is an improvement or the opposite, and what the judges think of it in general. The two runs are very similar to each other, but stability is what we expect from the most experienced drivers, and we get it. A stepwise initiation, says Mikhail Davidyan, a stepwise transition to angle corrections. And this is all in the first sector, and this is the result, minus 3.5 in the angle. Then some spices in sector 2, sector 3. And against this background, Vladimir Safonov looks like an angel, an ambassador of mercy. So, it is also worthwhile noticing that when you lose 5 points in the first sector, you shouldn't count on a very high score. The result is good, but there is no improvement. The line judge differs because he doesn't have very hard work to do. He works more in the practice sessions. And in top 32, all the judges are absolutely equal. Now, Arkady Tserigradze from Likar Одержимые Motorsport. He's from Sochi, even though he was born in Krasnoyarsk, and his Nissan Fairlady Z, 370Z. And he's 17th in the qualifying with 90.5 points for the first run. It looks like this score doesn't really correspond to this driver's status. Now, full throttle start, and the 2 clips, and I have some doubts about 1/3, and the entrance to the second sweeper was a little too narrow. Number 3 with some corrections, but no questions about the line. And the sweeper is pretty smoky with all the 4s taken. Now sector number 3, and press the throttle, and through touch and go 7 we go across the finishing line. All right, so this is sector 1 again. Arkady needs run 3. Because in his first run, he reduced the angle at the end of the first curve. In the second run, he increased the angle. So to find this golden middle, he just needs another run. But he's had 2 warm-ups, so he had time to do this. But for some reason, at the end of the first curve, after 1/3, he failed to stabilize the angle before the transition. This is exactly what the judges pay so much attention to. Anyway, we guess the result will be positive, but this angle corrections would make the chaser's life be more difficult. So this is why this is so strictly penalized. The speed has also been compromised on the border between touch and go 1, touch and go 2. There was some speed reduction, and it didn't really look very fancy. And touch and go 1/3, the speed reduction occurred. So this picture is far from perfection, which puzzles me, because the expectations that come from the achievements and the status of the driver are very far from the actual performance. But on the other hand, Arkady hasn't shown us any qualifying victories. Well, the last one was last year. He's had 2 by 100 and 2 by 99. His best qualifying here was in 2020. He was first, and 93 points were enough. Oh, those romantic times when you could win the qualifying with 93 points. Now you would be somewhere at the end of top 10. Well, this is our new reality. Arkady Tsaregradsev doesn't have any victories here at ADM Raceway, and he promised us he can correct it. It was at RDS Fest during his public talk. Out of the 4 Siberians, only Arkady Tsaregradsev hasn't got any victories here. And you can listen to this public talk only live, so it's not available anymore. Maybe anyone made some videos on the smartphone, so look for these people and make friends with them. And wow, -4, -4, ouch. Which result would be better, the first one or the second one? It looks painful, looks horribly painful. This is 29 for the angle out of 35, but he had 90.5 for the first one, and this is 93. Yes, there is an improvement. He is now 12th in the rating. Only, I wouldn't say that it looked worse than run 1, but it just didn't look the way I imagined it to be. We just haven't seen any -4 for the angle today, and this is serious. So this is where Arkady was the first. You can get 13 points, so you can deduct more if you have a reason for it. Artyom Shabanov, and he's also driving with the music. He's from Time Up. I wish I could Shazam that music, but through the roar of the engine it is impossible. Artyom Shabanov in his second run. The first one was 94.5. It is already recorded in our protocols, and now he's in the second sector. He is making a transition. We have seen some sharper ones, let me be fair with you. And he takes both 2s without any effort. And then through touch and go 3, he breaks into the long sweeper. He's already living it. 2 transitions in the third sector are left, then the last accelerator press, and it looks like the previous run pretty much. But on the other hand, what else would we expect from the defending champion? But there is always some information background, which is a technical condition of the Supra A80, because it tends to give some bad surprises to the driver. At Agora, he managed to turn the power steer off, and the asphalt was wet, so that was the only thing that saved him and helped him chase Pyotr Borodin. But this was the way Pyotr Borodin got one victory over defending champion, and he got in top 8. That was the first time when Artyom Shabanov couldn't get to top 8 for the first time. Before that, it was at Prix when he lost in top 8, and as a result he became a champion. That's the paradox, because he just had a lot of score that was enough for him to win one event before the finish. But this is history, this is great history. Lots of people couldn't do it. We haven't had such a situation for a long time, but we remember Gorge's title. It was his first or his second, I don't remember anymore. But back then it was enough for Gorge to qualify to resolve it all. It was in Vladivostok, by the way, but such a becoming the champion so much in advance is something we haven't had for a long time. And contrastly, in the year 2023, we didn't know who the winner would be until the very end. And through an OMT, Georgy Chevchan won the final with Anton Kozlov. It was a crazy suspense, and there were 4 candidates. Speaking about math, in 2022, the competition was also crazy. It was dark, there was smoke, and Arkady Tsaregradsev was racing with Charles as a champion, and he was striving for the title after his victory in Krasnoyarsk, which became the game changer when he said, at least I won this race at home. Then he got another one. So this is not very good. Mikhail Davidyans took 3.5 points away. I think it was more about the transitions than about the angles, because against some of his rivals he didn't look as sound as he could. And this is 94 points. These are 2 copy-paste runs. This is a conservative strategy that didn't let Artyom Shabanov get higher. He's stable, and this is very clear for a chaser. This is a very controlled style of running, and this is the stability which is usually the key for good tandem runs. Artem Shabanov is the 5th, and now Georgy Chivchan with 94 points in the first run. He's got to improve it no matter what it takes. Georgy Chivchan is going on his 2nd run. And now this is a initiation, and this smoke is coming out. 3 ones, check. Transition, cool. 2s, check. You could tell from the position of the car on the track. And now he is already leaving a little bit gap from the border of the track, but he takes all the clips. Very beautiful transition in the 3rd sector. Wow, wait. It looked like he played too much with the angles, but as a result, after the whoa, you can tell that the wheel was still in, but it was a little scarier. Maybe it was also because Roman Tivadar spinned around right there. This is a trend in Takayama. The same happened to Pyotr Baradin. The same happened to Roman Tivadar. Timofey Dobrovolsky was the only one who didn't have that problem. He had another one. He had 2 quite nice runs, 90 plus, quite stable, but this is not a 98 result, which means that there have been some difficulties. Every driver has got his own reference. I don't want to criticize anyone, but a beginner and an experienced driver have different expectations and different goals. Yes, one wheel was outside. Ivan Palmin also had the same on Supra, but I didn't see. Doesn't still have his fin on the car. All right, anyway, as far as our 90 plus club is concerned, it has got 17 members. And this is not a guarantee of getting to the top half of the bracket. To get in the top half, you've got to get a 92 plus or even a 93 plus. And I believe that we can expect it from the next drivers. And we've got a whole group to go, and we've got a health group as well. But now, as we recall Igora Drive, where we had a health group of like how many people? 8 or 9, and everyone had a 90 plus performance. But now we've got Roman Tivadar, who is having some problems in the first run. He has to save himself, and now he's got to do something about it urgently. He's got to get enough score, because there are not enough vacancies. If he gets any score, he can become the 32nd one to have any score. And there's gonna be this is gonna be very risky. All the superstitious people are now saying, come on, don't say that out loud. This is the score of Georgy Chivchan. You can see his line problems, and yes, surprisingly, even Mikhail Davidians didn't even find so many reasons for deductions. He took 2.5 points away from him, and this is a total of 94, so this is stability, and stability is also a skill. Danilo Vorobyov also has 2 94s, so I guess style-wise Danilo Vorobyov is 1 line higher, but this is all preliminary. The final results will be announced after the end of the qualifying round. Roman Tivadar is now at the start. He's forward racing as 15, version 2.0 or even 3.0. I guess this is a 3.0 because 2.0 was the one with Weiss Fab. Takayama forward alter. The city of Sochi, and this is run-in. Those who know the cars well can tell that this has been slightly wider than the others. But Roman Tivadar has got to take it to the finish, no matter what it takes. By the way, the first transition became sharper compared to the previous one. We will later compare it on our double screen. And Roman Tivadar, in the meanwhile, is collecting touch and go number 4. There are 3 of them. And he takes all of them. All of them. This is sector number 3. And now he is much more careful, even though the wheel was probably outside. but this is nothing compared to what might have happened. Roman Tivadar has tackled his task, but what will the judges say about this? I wonder. And we can definitely say that we've got 32 drivers with non-zero results. And where would Roman Tivadar find his place? We will see it a little later. And then we've got the funniest part. Alexei Vakhtin is already out. He will not be in top 32 anymore. As far as the others are concerned, there are enough candidates. We haven't seen Evgeny Spirin, Danilas Karabagatov, Maxim Grossman, Ilya Popov. These are those who've got 2 runs. Plus, we've got the health group who've got only 1 run to do. Alexei Kozlov, Anatoly Sherbak, Artur Zeleny, and Dmitry Yermokhin. I have had a chance to say a couple of words with some guys from Taka Ford Auto. And Pyotr Borodin said that it's just very slippery in around touch and go 6 and 7, at least it used to be, compared to yesterday. But they have warm-ups. But when you do a warm-up, you should be very careful with your tires, because if you ruin it, you won't have a chance. But I don't have really any questions to Pyotr Borodin, because this is his first time here. But you can always ask your more experienced friends. But tests are different. You don't really have tests with 40 more people. During tests, there you don't have so many people, you don't have such a grippy tire. Many people simply squeak around, and some of them are just studying the track. They don't really drift seriously. Why isn't your passenger wearing the protective gear? And why is your passenger hanging by his neck? Wow, this are good numbers. This is what I like. This is a total result of 96. 96. This is an amazing result. This is rank 3 with 1 run only. This is definitely top 32. And this is the top half of the bracket, 100%. And now we welcome Danilas Karabagatov from Tomsk on board his BMW 92, which used to be the car of Grigory Gusev. And here on this track, this car first it was the best car for Griha, I guess. And now this is the first run, the correction immediately after the initiation. And 1/3 is under question. We will seek answers during the replays, but now he collects goal touching goes number 2. He fixes the angle, which is pretty big, and now he's already in the long sweeper collecting the 4s on the way. I guess he will take them without questions. 1 wheel is outside there. Not enough space for the last transition, and this is a good finish. 4/1 is under question as well. I just try to analyze who may feel safe as far as the rest of the participants are concerned. I think Denis Migal can breathe out, and Vladislav Yerofeev can do too. So 85 is already the safe zone. So Denis Starakaput also sighs with relief, but he's got 0 for 1 of the runs, while Denis Migal has got 82. Or, wait, I've got some problem with ranking, perhaps, because Starakaput also is losing to Artem Leitis, and he's 26th. And there are 8 more to go. All right. So theoretically, he can be 33rd or 34th. We don't wish it to anyone, but someone will have to be there. We've got 80 people with a 90+ result, and it looks like there is still space to expand. But will Danilas Karabagatov have a 90+ as well? Because it didn't really look like a very solid run, probably too much aggression. Is it also a part of the hat parades? Well, I guess yes, because this is something on his head. This is something from the ATVs and the desert. This is something that you can see in Egypt. And Danila also had 144 kilometers per hour, which is close to the minimum, and the correction was very serious, from 52 to 34.5 degrees. You could see it with the naked eye, and if you can see it through the camera, it is horrible live. This is a screaming horror. All right, we're waiting for Danila Skarabagatov to come back. Show me what happened to your hand. Is it a splinter? All right, so this is looking pretty well. Minus 3.5 deduction for the angle doesn't really ruin it. Yes, there is minus 2 for the wheel. So this is 90. This is exactly 90. Minus 5 in sector 1 for the style and the angle. And yes, this is 90. This is 19th line of the protocol. He also enters the 90 plus club. And here's another candidate, Maxim Grossman. He celebrated his birthday on Wednesday. He is a big boy now. He's Toyota Supra A80 Grace, number 44, and he represents Time Up team. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. This is a run-in and initiation. This is Maxim Grossman. There is a little correction in the first sweeper, but everything is good with the line, just like in Touch and Go 2. Yes, right. Transition number 2, fix your angle. And Maxim Grossman doesn't really do it fully, but he collects Touch and Goes number 4 on this very long sweeper that is 180 degrees, a U-turn. And finally, he's got to refrain from visiting Touch and Go 7 to keep some score. He was saving himself there. That was a very sharp transition from Touch and Go 5, Touch and Go 6. And as a result, the car slowed down too much, I guess. And this is why it lost the momentum. And as a result, it started pushing in too much. He had to send it slightly outside and use the throttle in order to direct it into Touch and Go 7. This is why some drivers have wheels outside out there, because this is less than a second and you've got to make your decision. And Maxim just failed to do this element with enough precision. But I guess that Maxim can learn his lessons. He's a very experienced driver and a spotter. He is titled as the best spotter when he worked for Fresh Racing, by the way. And then he was recruited to Time Up. Maxim Grossman is a champion of Winter Drift Battle, and he's got one of the most expensive Ladas in Russian winter drifting, and I think it's for sale right now. But it has everything you might do, even a sequential transmission on board a Lada for winter drifting. So now the Supra RDSGP and his fourth event, and this is his result. For safe continue, he's got 85 plus, and you will be there. So we are waiting, and now in the meanwhile we say goodbye to Ruslan Arefyev as a top 32 participant, because he is now below top 32 and nothing can be done about it. But well, 77 points are not enough statistically, mathematically, actually. And now Sergei Sak is holding on to his dear life. And this is not for Sergei, because Maxim Grossman has got 28 for the style, 29.5 for the angle, and 34 for the style. And this is 91.5. We've got 20 people in the 90 plus club, and Sergei Sak is out. This is very sad. And well, I could predict that. And now the next one, Evgeny Spirin from Novosibirsk, DS team, and his Toyota Supra A80. His practice sessions have been quite a lot, but they were kind of puzzling, confusing. I hope he can make a good run because he's got all the components that it takes. The first curve has been okay. He collects both touch and goes number 2. Then he works through touch and go number 3. And now it's time for him to go to the border of sector 3 through the touch and goes number 4, all the 4 of them. This is sector 3 already, and now carefully finish it. Not bad for a start. I guess this is his best performance of this weekend for Evgeny Spirin. Somehow he managed to relax, or maybe he just let it go, because sometimes it's very important just to let it go and relax. This is the kind of psychology that really matters. He's had a wheel outside, and the other control points have been taken. By the way, Via's team and these 2 Supras are almost the last of the Mohicans, because they're very different from all the other Supras of our championship. They've got Work Warrior turbochargers. Some people like bigger things, and that's what she said. Maybe for someone size matters, but I just wonder how technologies can develop and how they evolve. But I think it's pretty understandable, because we all understand that the less the diameter, the more the inertia. And you can look at it from this power, and the rest is about the geometry of the blades and physics. Thanks to all these computer technologies and computation systems, it develops, and the engineers and developers know a lot about the airstreams. They know lots of things that many people didn't know about it. There's also an AR of the turbocharger, which is the amount of air that you can push through this turbocharger compression pot. And you can do it in 2 ways, either through a larger cross section and a smaller speed, or you can increase the speed and then lower inertia would help, and work with the dynamics of the airspeed. The blade shapes and the blades are very sophisticated now, but the more you compress the air, the more it warms and the less power you get. But this is about the compressor, and an AR is the hot part, but there is also the ratio of wheel diameter to the housing size. But let us distract from that, because let's take a look at the score of Evgeny Spirin. And yes, this is good. 90. If you forget about the wheels, it would have been really perfect. This is 89.5. He's 21st, and he is absolutely safe. Congratulations, half a point away from the 90-plus club, but he has got 1 more run to do to improve his performance. And now number 41, and the starting number is 22. Ilya Popov, the twin brother of Vladislav Popov and his Nissan 370Z, Lekar ADM Motorsport team. The only driver we haven't seen this far. The rest have already qualified, and I guess that they are both safe. And Ilya Popov still has a chance to get in this pool of the 32 lucky ones. He is now collecting touch and goes number 4 along the outside edge of the track. He has taken 3 out of 3, 100% performance. Now the last 3rd sector, 1 wheel is outside the white line, but Ilya is okay with that. But it looked to me like it was more of a yes than a no. But this is about the millimeters. But we've got a special person to do this. We shouldn't worry. But now, even in this view, the first curves look pretty well. And we will try to check it using our diagrams. And I remind you that in Lekar ADM Motorsport, the cars are almost the same. The only difference is in the rear suspension. And the mechanics are very happy to have such cars. They really like them all. The suspension kits that they have in store all have the correct setups. You just need to put them in place and go. Or if you need any unit, then during the competition, some of the cars can get vacant, so you can use another one. But what we can expect here, there was a little angle increase before the first transition. From this angle we won't see it at all, and there was a correction, I hope I was mistaken, in around touch and go 3. Yeah, here there was a little variation on the approach to 4/1. You can see it all in the diagrams, that is really true. I cannot tell that the corrections are too big, but we cannot ignore them because they are pretty tangible. Another important thing is that at the end of the season, Licari ADM Motorsport said that it was 600 horsepower. We know that this is actually 1,000 plus, and 600 is with a minimum turbocharging pressure plus the gasoline. So this is the lowest power these engines can output. Yes, there are some penalties. One wheel has been outside. Angle-wise, there are some questions, and I guess that there are more serious ones than the ones that we have spoken about. Maybe this run is better than it could be. It is 90.5. This is the 20th line, so congratulations to Licari ADM Motorsport. All the 4 drivers are already there, and we've got 21 people with a 90 plus. We've got Danila Vorobyov, who has currently got 90 points, and he is 21st. Lukoil Racing Drift Team right now represented by this driver from Tomsk, number 70. And this number points at his geographic belonging, Danila Skarabagatov. And there was quite a serious correction, a very articulated steering. The second curve is left behind. To touch and go 3, he's running touch and go 4. And what is happening next? On the edge of 4/3, he's sliding towards the next transition, and now he's got to press it and finish. 1/2 and 1/3 are the questions, but it is worthwhile noticing that Danila Skarabagatov still lacks a little bit of something. All the time, everywhere, there are some little details that he needs, and this may be all due to the fact that he's new to this car, and E92 is a very specific sort of platform. This is like a very long Silvia, and Danila is also a very tall person, a very long one, and when he drove for time up, he had a Silvia, and he couldn't get used to it, and back then the time up Silvia was wearing the full forward racing spec. And this is a kind of a car that requires a certain adjustment of the driving style. And he couldn't find mutual language with it. It was hard, and Danila was not comfortable. And the E92, I wouldn't say that it is oriented on the front axis, but this is a McPherson. And before that, Danila used to drive a Supra. Yes, a fresh breeze, so nice and smooth. I hope you don't feel too hot, guys, but remember that even if the breeze is light and nice, it can be dangerous, so be careful, don't get burnt. And secondly, even though there are clouds, the ultraviolet radiation is still there. It's very easy to get a sunburn, so don't forget about sunscreen. So if you are going to join us later today and tomorrow, please carry a sunscreen. This is out of question. So what are we gonna see next? Let's take a look into the near future. 3:30 is the parade of drivers and an autograph session. And of course the service parks is open for everyone, and at 5 p.m. we begin top 32. And this far, everything looks like we are running according to the schedule. And if any changes occur, and at this event or any other, we recommend you to subscribe to our Telegram channel, where you can get the most immediate information about Russian Drift Series during the events and between them. So this is strongly recommended. One touch and go has been missed, and there is -3 for the angles and no penalty for the angle in Sector 3. Have you ever seen it before? Well, maybe not today. Style-wise, there are some deductions, but generally it looks very solid. 28, 31.5 and 33.5. And this is 93 points. Danilas Karabagatov rises to rank 14. So now Maxim Grossman is coming out. He has had a very good first run. You could tell that there are some things for him to work on. And now the driver from Time Up is about to do it. Maxim Grossman, his Supra A80. He's running to the 165 meters of run-in to the Furidashi. And he starts moving to the first sector. He collects the ones easy, all the three of them, just like the twos. Now he's got to take 1-3, and he does it brilliantly. Now there is a long, smoky sweeper and a little dance on the white line, and this is already the third sector. And now he's got to press it, press it, press it, and this is how he finishes. Why didn't he do it from the very beginning? Maybe something wasn't his way. I think he was just leaving some space to surprise us in the next run. All right, so as far as the tendency and trends are concerned, the most popular score in qualifying is 93 points. We used to have 5 by 95, now we've got 6 by 93, and well, we have trends all the time. We're waiting for the score of Maxim Grossman, and this run looked much more confident than the previous one. It looks like he's been waiting for his turn for too long, but first of all, he had a warm-up, then he had a scored run, then another warm-up, or I think I didn't do the second warm-up because he doesn't have to. This is the right of any participant. And finally, he came back to the right mood. He brought his mind to the right condition, and he did what he had to do, what he has done a number of times before. This was a great solo run, a high-quality initiation. From this angle, it is hard to speak about any angles at all, but line-wise, I guess the smoke was in place in both attempts, but in the second, I think he looked a little bit more committed, and also there was no angle problem in touching 06, which caused him to narrow his line after. So I guess the line will be a maximum. Now your hats became slightly simpler. Thank you for your hats. I really love them. Yes, this is... Yeah, you need to prepare something else for tomorrow. Thank you very much. We will be watching you. I'm trying to figure out what happened to his speed at the exit from the curve. It looked like it fell a little bit, but I didn't have this impression visually. Because once again, you can see some things only when you compare things. And I'm already thinking about tandem runs that we are longing for and how things come together. It is always good to anticipate what you can see. But Maxim was quite stable, so I guess that his opponents need to record it in their minds and use it when needed. So at this moment, the average score for the qualifying, this is not really relevant because we've got some zeros, and this is 79, and plus there is one technical failure. Then it's 81 without a technical failure. Considering that this also includes 4 zeros, can you imagine how strong our drivers are? This is so amazing, and this is not about the judges who are very kind. No, they are not. This is the performance of the drivers, and we can't wait to see the score of Maxim Grossman because it's still pending, and we can't wait for it to appear, but in the nearest future it will. And here it is! Here it is! And hello, Damir Diatulin! May I sit next to you, says Maxim Grossman, 33-35. This is a 98. And he's second because Damir had a better first run. But, well, the throne Damir Diatulin has been sitting on slightly rocked, but this is more than 91.5. Congratulations to Maxim Grossman on this brilliant performance. He will not see Damir Diatulin very soon, but in the top half of the rating we've got all-time up drivers as far as I can see. But this is not the topic now. Now we're watching Evgeny Spirin and his success. He is now 22nd, and of course he strives for a 90-plus club. He's from DS team and he's Supra A80, the first sweeper. Wow, finally he unlocks it. Yes, he slides along the white line. The both sweepers fixes the angle before touching go 3, and he continues running, and only touching goes 4 cause a little doubt. But now you can see that there is a little more sharpness would be required in the double transition, but the impression is very, very positive. I think it is worth a 90+. But what is happening to VS team in general? Apart from the sad fate of Alexei Vakhtin, we've got Denis Starokaput, who is 30th. His position is very dangerous. Anatoly Kizin is doing okay. He's 19th. He's got 92 points. Ilya Polishuk has got 84 points. Grigory Burlutsky, I guess, is already out of questions. We lost him. He's 33rd because he hasn't even come on his first run. Or we take a look at the style, but I don't have information this far on how they distribute and who is feeling worse. We also say goodbye to Alexander Abramov, and there is only Alexei Kozlov who has got a chance to represent Predator Drift team, because he has a problem with his car. He was supposed to open our qualifying, but due to some technical failures, he decided to reschedule. So the situation is very dangerous. Now we're about to finish the general program. Ilya Polishuk and Grigory Burlutsky have got 84 points both. Nikita Shikov has got 84.5. But there's also Anatoly Sherbak, Alexei Kozlov, Dmitry Yermokhin, and Artur Zelyony. So these guys can show something higher than 84. And now we take a look at the score of Evgeny Spirin. This is a 90+, as we anticipated. Or to be more precise, this is 92. 92, and this is one of his best qualifyings in his career, at least this season. He rises to the 18th line of the rating. Wow, the style is the same. Then we take a look at the angle, and then Burlutsky has got an advantage. Ilya Polishuk is now 33rd. Yes, this is very sad to see, but you know, this is our reality, these are our rules. Ilya Popov, he is out of the threat. He has already got 90.5 points on his account, and he's now going on his second run. He's Z number 22, and he's running into the first sweeper. This is a very good entrance. The transition is good, even though we've seen better. He takes 2 twos, and now he is straightening out the line, but no, he is not out, even though it looked a little bothering. It looked like one wheel was about to get out, but no, it doesn't happen. Sector number 3. And this is the finish. I only feel worried about touch and go 3, but I think that generally it was good. Wow, here it looked like there was no emphasized body rocks. He looked pretty stable, at least from this angle. From here you can see the angle pretty well, at least in the first turn. Ah, yeah, he took it. Yes, he did. From the opposite side you don't see it really well. This is what made me doubt, but having taken a different look, I can see that he was there, and surprisingly he managed to hold on to the line, which is great, amazing. It is so nice to see progress of our drivers, our yesterday's rookies, but he's not really a rookie. You know that the progress can be different. Vladislav Popov evolved slightly faster than his twin brother. He had a very interesting final at Moscow Raceway, and it was obvious that the season was very hot. When a rookie wins an event, it was so cool, but back then Vlad Popov was slightly luckier. Timofey made a little mistake, which made him lose, and his opponent, or let's say his final companion, got the victory, because I don't really want to refer to him as an opponent. There was one more time, and Timofey Dobrovolsky really wanted to show something special, but he probably needed some more skill. Even though he wasn't a rookie, really, he has been through the junior league experience. It was a great event. Vladislav Popov back then overcame Dmitry Ermokhin, Roman Tivadar, Danilas Karabagatov, and Evgeny Losev. So this is impressive. These are very hard opponents, but he showed something absolutely amazing. So now we've got 4 drivers from the health group. They have 1 run each, and what does it mean? And this means that we've got the following picture. 4 top drivers. Grigory Burulsky, Nikita Shikov, Denis Rakapuda, Denis Migal are under threat. And this is the result of Ilya Popov. -5 in Sector 1, -3 in Sector 2, -1.5 in Sector 3, 30, 29 and 31.5. Which is a 90+ result, 90.5. Stability is a skill, you remember. And this is 22nd place. 22nd place, just as I like. 22 is the number, 22 as his rank. I can see that the guys are really celebrating because there are more and more people in this 90+ club. And now we see a series of safe-saving sessions for drivers who are very nervous, and for those who still have a chance, and for those who may get out if these 4 do what they want to do. The first one is Alexei Kozlov, number 171. He represents the city of Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky, and this is his last chance for him and his team. We wish his engine good health. Yesterday he didn't have any practice, but now he's breaking in. At least he had a familiarization run, a little warm-up. Then transition number 2, he collects touch and go 3. Now touch and goes number 4. He misses the first one and the second one, and then the line is too narrow. He misses the third one, the 3rd sector. He collects touch and go 6, but misses number 7. Too many line penalties. This may be a goodbye. But what is it about? The minimum he's got to get is 84 to move Grigory Burlutsky. And then you may be moved as well by your next colleagues. So this is dangerous, because even line-wise, he's got too many penalties. But this is the price. But, you know, I don't know what he did, why he has so many troubles this year, but this is a technical sport. Let's recall how many engine Prix Racing has wasted until they got Denis Ponomarev. Quite a lot. That was a crazy number. If you multiply it by the cost of a 2JZ properly set up, this is gonna be insane. Yes, sometimes it happens. I don't know that this is a karma. I don't think that anyone from Prix Racing has broken a leg of some magician or an evil magician. This is just a way to perfection. And these are mistakes that you need to make before you evolve. And, well, one of these guys are now wearing the uniform of Prix Racing. This is Denis Ponomarev, and he is a great Prix Racing specialist, specialist in JZ. When I first heard about him, after his name and last name, I saw that he has got a title of the country's main specialist in evolutions and in 2JZs. And 2JZ 64T is a 4-piston JZ. Basically, we have even seen an Evo Silvia with such an engine last season. It was built by Autoprofi, for Stepan Azarov. Autoprofi company still exists, the team doesn't, and Stepan Azarov is still there. I think the company is the first thing that matters for Stepan Azarov, because this is his company. We're waiting for the score. This is the way we do it. We are all very nervous about it. This is a very hard situation, and we are worried both for Alexei and for Grigory Burlutsky as well. And, oh, yes. There is -8 in touch and go 4. It looks like we have no more reasons to worry. It is all decided. This is 20 for the line, 28.5 for the angle, 33 for the style. And this makes a total of 81.5, which means that he is out. He's 36th. Predator Drift team is out of the competition. They failed to qualify in the 4th event of RTSGP 2025, which is a very heavy shock for the entire team. But now we watch Dmitry Yermokhin waiting for his turn in the starting gate, waiting for the green light. He had to work a lot. His engine in the E92 has been replaced. It wasn't decided to make any radical changes. There were 3 options, and one of them worked. And finally the car is here, and only one attempt, which we hope works. Dmitry Yermokhin is running on his one and only run. There is only Dmitry Sherbina, who represents Avtoban team, in top 32. Sergei Sak is already out. Dmitry Yermokhin has got one wheel outside, and now he makes a transition, takes both touch and goes number 2, and now to touch and go 3, he runs into this long sweeper with a little foot brake application. He takes all touch and goes number 4. It all works out. He is in sector 3. Not the most dynamic transitions ever, and this is the finish. Dmitry Yermokhin was using his left foot brake to get in this touch and go number 4, but I guess he failed. Oh, what a correction. You can see it. It's so heavy. But, well, let us leave it to our judges and to our video surveillance judge, Andrei Pauli. There is quite a lot of smoke coming out from the front wheels, and the rear wheels are jumping on the curb. But finally, Dmitry Yermokhin is back to the track. But it is quite clear that even though he didn't have such a big training deficit, he couldn't test it well. Dmitry Yermokhin doesn't really practice too much traditionally, and in those few training sessions, he had to reduce this number, and he also had to work on the car, and it also makes an impact on your physical condition, because you get tired, you get psychologically tired, you get physically tired when you've got to make it all on time. And since he is in the health group, it means that he wasn't really on time. And it makes a great pressure on the driver and on the Autobahn team. If you remember the sunrise of the drifting when the drivers had to change their tires themselves, it is not really physically hard, but I remember how the consciousness of a driver changes when he doesn't have to work with his hands anymore. When he had mechanics to work for him, and then 2 mechanics, it was a huge level up when a driver doesn't do anything else but driving. But try to imagine a time machine that we take a driver from those times who had to change his wheels himself and bring him to our current reality, to our current paddock, and show that this is the way it's going to be in the future. I guess this guy would simply go insane. In 2010, it was all so different. So Dmitry Yermokhin is waiting for his score, and I hope that it is pending. It is somewhere very close. I think the score is already flying from the judges' tablets, and it will be here after a second. And this is Anatoly Sherbak. This time he is in fresh racing, even though he's got no blue or white colors. He is still a member in the team. A bright spot in fresh racing. I wonder how bright it can be after the qualifying. We can't wait to see. Now, this is the score of Dmitry Yermokhin. Oh, wow, -5 for the 2 wheels, touch and go 4, -4. Yes, we were right. Touch and go 4/1 wasn't collected. And angle-wise, yes, there is too much, I guess. And this makes a total of 78. Unfortunately, he is 37th. Dmitry Yermokhin doesn't qualify. Dmitry Sherbina is now the only hope of Autobahn team. He's got a great mission, and Dmitry Yermokhin is failing a second qualifying in a row. This is an anti-record. So now someone can relax already, and this is Denis Sarakaput, I guess, because he won't fall lower than line 32, because there are only 2 more runs left, and before that there is Grigory Burlutsky and Nikita Shigov, who are still in the risk zone. And now Anatoly Sherbak, through a counter shift, is doing his initiation. The ducktail has been taken off, if it has ever been there. Now there is a correction in between the 2 touch and goes 2. He does a transition, missing touch and go 3, and it looks like 2 wheels are outside, or at least 1 is definitely there, which is also not very good, and the transition is too sharp. It is almost a throw into touch and go 5, but still he takes it to the finish. But the judges are not happy, I guess. How much is left? That's a very big question. It looks more like a no than a yes. Should we say congratulations to Nikita Shigov? I'm not sure, but we will say to someone at the end of this run. He missed touch and go 1/3. He missed the touch and go number 3, 1 wheel outside. Wow. There is a whole collection of mistakes, but I remind you that the run that he decided to zero down was 72.5 points only, which is something that didn't give him any chance. And this is just a desperate attempt that was worth it. I know that he had a problem with the power steering. This is something that we know for sure. And the person who loves experimenting with the power steering finally has got a problem with hydro steering. Is there any connection? But, well, I don't think that there is a direct connection, but I believe that it is better to find some operating, some normal working solution, and then use it. You should consider all the risks, and these risks can play a very bad joke on you. Yes, I don't have a good feeling about it. It looks quite pessimistic in this attempt. But, well, it just didn't work out. Things happen. And it was like this from the very beginning. There are lots of line flaws. And even if you take the line alone, it already looks like -10. And there are angle problems, because line problems never come alone. It's -10, and then you check out the angle score. So this makes a total of 92. Yeah, so Fresh Racing has only 3 drivers left. He's 39th. But by the way, this is not a bad result either, because Denis Smigal was dangerously close to failure, and only a failure of Anatoly Sherbak could help him stay. But in this situation, Anatoly Sherbak didn't really place any threat to Denis Smigal. I am sure that Denis Smigal would be happy to have a 4th driver in top 32, but unfortunately it didn't happen. And since I see the technical truck on track, Artur Zeleny is not coming. Sergei Kuznetsov is the only driver of Stars IMOL. And this is one driver more than Predator Drift team. It looked like something crazy. But, well, it happens. So let's take a look. The winner of the qualifying is Damir Diatulin. This is his 12th qualifying victory. Maxim Grossman was a little less lucky. He failed to outperform his Siberian friend from Fresh Racing. Maxim Grossman is second. Otgaslov is the third with 97.5. Roman Tivadar is stable in top 4 in the qualifying and now with 96 points. Leonid Schneider has got 95.5. Evgeny Losев is 6th. Artem Shabanov has got 94.5 and Kirill Matskevich is the 8th. Time Up team is all next to each other. This is so cool. Let's see who comes next. Danila Vorobyov from Lukoil Racing with team. The next is Georgy Chevchan. Then Andreas Tabov, Timofey Dobrovolsky. Vladislav Popov is standing next to Arkady Tsarigradzev. And once again, just look at how close to the equator of the table they are. Danila Skarabagatov is the 15th. Ivan Palmin rounds up top 16. Let's proceed. The 17th, Anton Klimko, the last of the 6, who has got 93 points. The 18th is Evgeny Spirin. The next is Grigory Gusev. Anatoly Kizin, Dmitry Sherbina is the 21st. Ilya Popov is 22nd. Ilya Fyodorov is next, and Anton Dmitrienko is 24th. Congratulations to Anton Dmitrienko. This is his first time in top 32 this season. The next is Pyotr Borodin. Sergei Kuznetsov, the only representative of Stars IMOL. Vladislav Yerofeev, Artem Lee, this is the 28th. The 29th is Denis Smigal, followed by Denis Sarakaput. Nikita Shikov is the 31st, and the last one in top 32 is Ilya Polishchuk. Not Grigory Burlutsky. Okay, let's keep it like this, because on our site, Grigory Burlutsky is at 32nd, and this is what I calculated. But okay, this will be a surprise. Alexander Abramov is a 34th, no question. Sergei Sak, Alexei Kozlov, Dmitry Ermokhin, Ruslan Arefyev, Anatoly Sherbak failed to qualify. Artur Zeleny has got a technical failure. And unfortunately, he is out too. So this is our result. For someone it may be good, for someone it may be bad, but we take a break. But before we do, at 3:30 we meet for the opening ceremony. We will show it a little before top 32 to our online viewers. Top 32 begins at 5 p.m. So make a little correction and connect a little earlier not to miss our opening ceremony. And now a commercial break.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
ВТБ нам выгодный дорог.
Почему выгодно?
С дебетовой карты ВТБ скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50%.
С ВТБ нам выгодный дорог.
Получайте скидки на поездки в сервисах Яндекс.Гоу до 50% с картой ВТБ. ВТБ, все получится.
Если радио, то максимум.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? На стадион? Или в спортзал? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен. На уровень новый он мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level. Level Kitchen доставим, где бы ты не был.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историями. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Привез вам показать карету короля дальних земель.
Пробег от дворца до дворца. Не бита, не крашена.
На нее даже ни разу не
А
нападали.
это мы сейчас и узнаем в бесплатном отчете. Свяжись с продавцом.
Получите бесплатный отчет о машине, связавшись с продавцом. Автору. История авто бесплатно.
Читайте в июльском номере журнала «Пятое колесо». Почему на первом современном российском кроссовере нет полного привода? Как российские производители разгадали секрет финских шинников? Какой паркетник китайцы разработали специально для России и зачем? Журнал «Пятое колесо». Свежий номер уже в продаже. 16+.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Pumping.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 1
Команда, которая не боится перемен и готова идти на риск. Мы не просто едем, мы диктуем ритм гонки. Мы тайм-ап. Мы больше, чем гоночная команда. И наше время не просто наступило. Наше время сейчас.
Touch my steam. Niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. You don't like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Up on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. Don't need to get this, you might follow it.
РДС-GP — это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Вы дрифтеры!
Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
Ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как? Это возможно.
Я не готов на камеру такого говорить.
Надо верить молодым.
Извините, мама звонит. Это автоспорт, детка.
За что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск. Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier.
Вообще поговорим, мы за это и любим дрифт. Но в любом случае, ты когда приезжаешь на соревнования, ты хочешь победить.
За 5 минут мы хоть что-то можем сделать? Или я пойду сейчас бить козлом? Не, вот этого не надо.